Yeah.
This is Miss Holly with the, please say the name of your company.
Natural History Education Company of the Mid-South.
Yeah, that's it. I was going to say that. I was. We are thrilled to have you here today. We want to, if we holler our slogan, we're proud of our slogan this summer. It says over there what it is. If we holler that, we're like, will it cause a problem here and wake anything
They should
up?
be okay.
Now you're sure? We don't want to cause a problem right here.
Don't worry about it.
Do we? Yeah, she says it'll be okay. So let's, on the count of 3, what's our slogan? Dream big, read. Okay, do y'all remember? Dream big, read. Okay, on the count of 3, let's holler it out. She says it's fine. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, I think we're okay. Okay, she said we're fine. So here is Miss Holly. Yay!
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Like she said, my name is Miss Holly Taylor, and I work for the Natural History Education Company of the Mid-South. That's a mouthful. Our company is a company that likes to share our knowledge of wildlife and the outdoors with people, especially young people. So I brought some amazing live animals to share with you guys today. This is called the World of Reptiles, this program is. So this program includes things like reptiles, things like snakes and lizards and things like that. Some people don't like these animals very much, but I just want you to know you're going to be seeing them and seeing them very closely. So please, let's go over some rules first, all right? Because these are live animals, we want to make sure they don't get scared. So, I need you guys to sit on your bottoms, crisscross applesauce, and stay behind the lines. This is what I need to scoot back a little bit and stay behind the lines, okay? Keep these areas clear so I can walk around. I don't want to trip and fall with the reptile. You don't want me to either. So, stay seated, please. Do not get up and run around, especially when I've got the animals out. We need to stay as quiet as we possibly can as well, because we don't want to frighten the animals when I'm holding them. Frightened animals will bite and scratch and try to get away. That'll be happening to me. I'd rather it not happen to me. So let's keep it nice and calm and quiet. There will be no touching of animals today. These are like zoo animals for looking, not for touching. You don't want to touch them. They don't like being touched. So let's keep our hands to ourselves when I walk around. But I'm going to make sure everyone gets a nice close look at them the best that I can, okay? Also, I know you guys are going to have lots of questions, and that's great. Questions are how we learn. If you want to ask me a question, what should you do first? You should raise your hand. Very good. Okay. Now, I want to see how smart you guys are. So I'll be asking you lots of questions. If you want to answer one of my questions, what should you do? You should raise your hand. Let's practice that. Those of you guys who want to stay here and see all the cool animals by following all the rules, raise your hand. That better be everybody. Okay. Those of you guys who don't want to stay here by breaking the rules and be asked to leave, raise your hand. Hopefully there's nobody like that. Kids under 3 don't count for that one. So, all right, so let's make sure we stay quiet, stay seated, keep your hands down, and I will put the animals away and ask people to leave if you guys can't follow the rules. It's for your safety, number 1, okay? I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially me, but that's okay. I've been hurt before. All right, also, cell phones, appreciate if you guys silence those. I don't mind if you take pictures. Flashes won't bother the animals, so don't worry about that either. We ready to get started? Yeah. Okay, so today is called the World of Reptiles. First of all, who can tell me what a reptile is? What makes them different from other animals? Yes?
One thing is, most of the time they're cold-blooded.
Some lay eggs, and they are cold-blooded.
And most of the time they have scales.
Scales, good, no hair, they've got scales. What does it mean to be cold-blooded? Does anybody know that? Does it mean your blood is cold? What does that mean?
Like they stay in a very cold spot, like in some cold-blooded animals. They stay in somewhere where it's very dark.
Sometimes, yeah. Basically, what it means is you. Go ahead. Did you have a?
It means that they have to, like, if they're too hot, they have to go somewhere cold, and if they're too cold, they have to go somewhere.
Very good. You were on the right track. Good. Basically, cold-blooded means your body's the same temperature as your environment. So if a snake gets too cold, they gotta move into the sun to warm up, or if they get too hot, they gotta move underground to cool down. That's basically what cold-blooded means. Okay, so who can tell me? Remember to raise your hand. What is this? What have I got here? The Earth. Good. What do we call a map of Earth like this?
Globe.
Globe. Very good. This is a globe. This globe is special You don't see any words on it. There's no boundaries. This is actually satellite pictures from space. So if you were an astronaut floating up in space looking down on Earth, it would look a lot like this without the valve. Let's talk about our amazing planet Earth. Raise your hand. This should be a review for most of you guys. What is the blue on our planet? What is the blue?
Water.
Okay, water. Good. Oceans, rivers, streams. What about the green? The green.
Land.
Yes, sir.
Grass.
Land. More specifically, what would be green from space, though? What would green be showing up? More specific than land. Grass. What else would be green from space besides grass? Trees. Forest. Good. So forest. What about the tan color? What would the tan color be like?
Sand.
Yes. Sand? What kind of environment would be sandy like this, though? Deserts. Good. Deserts. What about the spot on the very top of our planet? What is that called? Which one's on top? North Pole. Good. And then the what? South Pole. Good job, guys. Okay, one more. What is the imaginary line that runs around the center of the planet?
The equator.
The equator. Good job. You're a smart bunch. Okay, equator divides Earth into 2 equal halves. So this is our amazing planet Earth. We've got rainforests. We've got deserts. We've got frozen wastelands and grasslands. And all these places are home to unique animals. And we're going to stop around the different continents and learn about different reptiles found along the way. So our first stop of the day is going to be this continent right here. What is this continent? Africa. Good. Our first animal is an African animal. He is found right down here in southern Africa. Nice and green. This is African marsh and grassland. So let's meet him. Remember our rule. We keep it nice and quiet. I'm going to need a towel for this guy. You'll see why. And I didn't mean to lie to anybody. This first animal is not a reptile at all. It's actually an amphibian. And a very dirty one. Don't freak out for the dirt. It's just dirt. Okay. He is alive. Watch his eye. He's alive. Okay. This is an African bullfrog, also known as an African pixie frog. This is the world's second largest frog, which means there's a frog that gets even bigger than this. He's going to come around. Don't put your fingers up to his mouth. Just look. He's a big frog, isn't he? Like I said, this is only the world's second largest frog. The world's largest frog is the Goliath frog. Those guys are over 1 foot long from nose to rear end, not including the legs. That is the world's largest frog, and yes, that's a big frog, but these are pretty big too. These get about 5 or 6 pounds. He's about as big as he's going to get. He's mostly air right now because whenever they get frightened, they puff up with air like that to look all big and strong. Now, like all amphibians, his skin is shiny and moist. Why do amphibians have to stay moist all the time? Does anybody know why? Shh, quiet down, guys. Does anybody know why?
Because he's the only one.
You guys are all doing it right now.
Breathing.
How they?
Because they can't breathe.
How they breathe. They actually breathe through their skin. That's why they have to stay moist all the time. You guys be patient. I'm going to squeeze through here. I don't want to step on anybody. Stay where you are. Okay. Make sure everyone gets a nice close look at him. Everyone else stay quiet and be patient when they come around. So he's slimy. You got to stay moist because that's how he breathes. Now, no touching. Just look. You don't want to touch him. Wait a minute. I told you it's just dirt, so don't panic. It's going to be a lot worse. Just dirt. So, where these guys are found, there are 2 seasons. How many seasons do we have here? 4. Good. There's 2 seasons. Now, during those 2 seasons are the wet season and the dry season. And during the dry season, these guys are several feet underground. Because remember, they've got to stay nice and moist all the time, otherwise they will die. So during the dry season, they're underground. They make a cocoon for themselves. This cocoon is made out of mucus. You can tell me what mucus is. What is mucus? It's basically like snot. Yeah, it's basically snot. Is it from drying out? Out of mucus. Right down. Right down, guys. And when the rainy season finally does come, it soaks stuck in this cocoon and softens it. He climbs his way out to come to the surface. Before he comes to the surface, he does something very interesting with that cocoon. What do you think he does with that cocoon? He eats it. That's right. It's like you guys eating your own snot. They eat that thing in the cocoon. That goes to the surface. All right. You don't have to. Don't think about it too hard. So they climb to the surface, and then they find the girl African bullfrogs. Now the females are much, much smaller than the males. As a matter of fact, the females are about the size of his head. They're much, much smaller. There's a reason for this, and we'll get to that shortly. So they find the girl African bullfrogs. They get together. The females lay as many as 4,000 eggs. It's a lot of kids. Not very many of them will survive. We have a lot of them. Wait a minute, you guys. Again, it's just dirt. Dirt don't hurt, as they say, so don't worry about it. So, after she lays her eggs, guess what she does? Doesn't die. What do you think she does? She what? Climb out? Well, more specific. Actually, no. What she does is she leaves. Mama does not take care of the babies. Daddy does. That's why Daddy's so big and strong. Now these guys actually have weapons, believe it or not. They have teeth in their mouth. Not very many frogs, or amphibians in general, have teeth, but they do. And they use those teeth to defend their babies, themselves, and to eat some very surprising things. These guys eat things like mice, snakes, small lizards, birds, each other. Anything they can fit to that mouth, they will eat. And they also can bite, so why you're not putting your fingers. Wait a minute again. That way, that's why you don't put your fingers next to his mouth, because they do bite. And yes, it hurts, so I've heard. I've not been bitten by him yet. So, he saves those eggs until they hatch. How many days do you think it takes for those eggs to hatch? Give me any number.
It would probably take a whole month.
A month is a good guess. 7 weeks? Good guess. Go ahead. No? Think smaller. Smaller numbers. No. 4 days is a good guess. Think one more number. Yes. Yes. 2 weeks. Actually, those eggs hatch in only 2 days. Yes, 2 days. Now that's very fast. It is very fast, but the rainy season is very short. So they've got to grow up very quickly. In fact, in 18 days, they're ready to hop away. So what's a baby frog called before he gets its legs? Tadpole, good. Now tadpoles breathe water, adult and frogs breathe air. What is the big long word that means an animal transforming through several stages? What is that word? Do you know? I saw your hand go up for a second. You know? Life cycle, another word for it. Other than life cycle. Metamorphosis, good job. Metamorphosis, they go through metamorphosis. They go from a water-breathing animal. I got them, don't worry. Shh, too much talking. Shh. Too much talking. They go from a water-breathing animal. You got mud on you? Sorry, it's just dirt. Sorry. Yeah, try to look directly up when he's under you so you don't get dirt in your eye. It's amazing. It's a miraculous change. A lot of biologists still don't know how they do it. So he protects them during that time. He'll protect them from lions, from people, anything that walks by, he'll attack it. Now let me show you his short little legs. It's not the most dignified end of the frog, but look at his short little legs. Look at those legs. What? Don't make fun of him. You can't help it. He's got a cute little rear end, I think. So he's got short little legs. Those legs are not very good for swimming or for hopping. What they are good for, though, is for digging. These guys can dig several feet underground during the dry season, and they also will use their legs to dig in the channels and the pools where their tadpoles are and guide them to deeper water as their pools dry up. So they're very, very good daddies. When his job is done, everyone hops to the surface, or hops underground and waits for the next rainy season. Now you notice I have this towel. I don't just have this towel because he's very dirty. There's another reason for it. Have any of you guys ever gone outside and picked up a toad before? No. No, yes? Okay, who has? What they do? They pee, okay. Now it's actually not pee. A lot of people think that it is. It's just water. All frogs and toads store water in a certain part of their body, and that's their emergency water supply. Remember, they cannot dry out. It's important that they don't dry out. So if someone like you or an animal picks them up, they'll release that water to try to scare you into dropping them. It doesn't give you warts. That's an old wives' tale. Warts are not caused by frogs or toads. Now, if a toad dribbles on you, it's a little bit of water. But if this guy decided to, it's a lot of water. I know it's been hot out there, but I really didn't want to hose you guys down. So that's why I have the towel with me today. And here's an interesting fun fact, a nice gross one. You guys will appreciate this. In the Kalahari Desert, there's a group of people known as the African Bushmen. And they're master survivors of the desert. They're desert people. One of their emergency supplies of water is they will actually dig up a toad, squeeze it, and drink the water out of their body. So, good tip for the next time you guys are stranded in the middle of the desert. Just dig up your nearest frog or toad. Okay, what kind of frog is this? Who remembers what kind of frog this is? African bullfrog. Good. They're also called an African pixie frog, but not because they're small and delicate and cute fairies. Pixie comes from the Latin name pixocephalus, which just means round head. So, you gonna wave for everybody? Wave for everybody. Come on, wave. Come on, there he goes. He's lazy today. Okay, so they are very lazy. They just sit in their cage all day. They're kind of boring, really. Okay, so we're in southern Africa. Now we're going to jump north to the area above Africa. What is that called? Somebody different. Someone's got to know.
Europe.
Europe, because we're going to Europe next. This next animal's from Europe. Also, a good example of how appearances can be deceiving in the animal world. Not everything is as it seems. Quiet down. Better, thank you. This is not a snake. He looks like one, but he's not. This is actually a European legless lizard. He's a lizard. Because he has no legs does not make him a snake. I'm going to tell you why he's not a snake. Several reasons, actually. Look at him. Remember, don't touch. Just look. You're gonna see him hiss and throw his body around. He does not like being held, but don't worry about it. He's not going to hurt anybody. There's a few reasons why we know he's not a snake. If you look at his head behind his eyes, you're going to see holes. Those holes are ears. Snakes don't have those. Snakes are actually dead. But these guys have ears. Also, sweetheart, can you see that more? I don't want you to blow your ears. There you go. We've actually got room right here to do it. You're also going to notice him blinking. Snakes don't do that either. Because these guys have eyelids and snakes do not. So they blink and they've got ears. They've also got several rows of belly scales, a different shaped head, and really just different behavior overall. So we know this is in fact a lizard and not a snake. Now his tail actually starts way up here. This is his tail. Now their tail, keep your hands down. Can I come around, keep your hands down so you don't want to touch them. Now their tails can actually break off. Why would it be good for a lizard to be able to lose his tail? Yes, ma'am. We can run away. Very good. That is a defense mechanism. They can lose or senesce their tail if a creature is trying to attack them and eat them. A lot of things like to eat these guys. Shh. Quiet down. That tail can break off. And if the tail breaks off, it'll actually thrash around and spurt blood everywhere. It'll attract the predator away and he can actually escape. Now he will regrow his tail. It won't be as pretty and long. It'll be dark and short and stubby. But he can survive and go on and live the rest of his life. Now these guys do actually have something left of legs. You guys won't be able to see it too well because I don't want to put them that close to your face. But if you were to look very close at the top of his tail, he's got these two tiny little nubs. And those nubs are actually called vestiges. They're not legs anymore. They don't really do anything. But they're kind of left over from when scientists think they had legs at one time. Now, they also have, okay, I got him, don't worry. If he got out of my hands, hypothetically speaking, he's just going to escape. That's all he's going to do, so don't worry about it. He's harmless. Now, they also have a free-floating pelvis. But that pelvis also does not serve any purpose either. These guys are found in dry, rocky Russian. So that's the Russian. So these guys are active mostly at the beginning and end of the day. What do you think that a creature like this would eat? What do you think he would like to eat? Yes. Someone help her out. Little mice, maybe, sometimes. It's all right. It's all right. What else? Bugs. There you go. These guys like to eat bugs or insects. Now, what is a meat eater called? What do you call a meat eater? Yes, ma'am. Carnivore. Good. What about a plant eater? What is that? Herbivore. Good. What about if you eat both? Yes, ma'am. Omnivore. Okay. What about if you only eat insects? What is that called? I'll give you a hint. Insect is in the name. Too much talking, guys. What would that be, do you think? Insectivore. Insectivore. Good job. There we go. Everybody. These guys are insectivores. I thought maybe you liked them. That's why you scored a little bit. I got them out. All right. They're insectivores. They do have teeth. They've got sharp, conical teeth and strong jaws. Their favorite foods are actually things like slugs and snails. They're like slimy stuff. This guy also sometimes loves grubs a lot as well. Now he's about as big as he's going to get. He's fully grown. I don't know for sure if it's a boy or a girl. They get about 3 feet long. These guys also have surprisingly long lifespans. Write down. These guys live 50 years or more, which is surprising for an animal of this size. Someone just knows them when they throw it in their face. Okay. Right now, do we have any Harry Potter fans in here? Okay, let's test your geeky knowledge here. All right. So, in I think the second movie, I'm not sure which book it was, there was a mythological creature that looked a lot like this. What was that creature? Basilisk, good. He looks like the basilisk. He was actually inspiration for the basilisk. Very similar in appearance. Obviously, the basilisk is much bigger. Now, the basilisk in mythology was the king of all serpents who could kill you by looking at you in the eye. But he's not the basilisk, so don't worry about it. This guy is not a snake. What is he? A lizard. Lizard, good. Why do we know he's a lizard and not a snake? It's one of the reasons we know that. Snakes don't have ears. What else? They blink. Good. Okay. European legless lizard, or what's his name in Russian? Yellow belly. Yellow belly. There you go. Okay. So where are we right now? Where are we at? Europe or Russia? Okay. Right down. So right now, we're going to jump across the smaller ocean. What is the small ocean called? Atlantic, good. We're going to go to this continent right here. What is this continent? The one higher. Where we live? North America, good, North America. We're going to be here in the American Southwest, in the desert. Here are your rules. Quiet down, we'll go with this. That is better. Okay. We're hoping the right one here. No drama queens, okay? Still too much talking, guys. Okay. This is a snake. This is not a dangerous snake. I would not be holding it if it was. This is a Pueblan milk snake. These are found in the American Southwest and southern Arizona and parts of Mexico as snake that she looks like that is dangerous? Anybody know?
Lady.
Not a rattlesnake.
Lady.
I know somebody knows it. It starts with a C.
Lady.
Coral snake, good. She resembles the coral snake. Now, she's not a coral snake. I would not be holding her if she was. But she is similar. She looks like one on purpose. Why would she want to look like a venomous coral snake? Ooh. Very good. Predators will leave her alone, right? If you think this is a venomous coral snake, you're going to leave it alone. There is a way to tell the difference. There's a rhyme to help you tell the difference. Do you know that rhyme? Good. Good job. Okay. Make sure everyone learns this today. We don't have coral snakes here, but just in case you're somewhere where they are. Shh. Guys, over here, calm down. Shh. No. Calm down, okay? All right. Let me teach you all this rhyme, all right? Red touches yellow, kills a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. Okay, now say it with me. Red touches yellow, kills a fellow. Red touches black, friend of Jack. I've heard venom lack as well. Red touches what color? What is this color right here? Black, not yellow. I hope not. This is red touches black or venom lack, friend of Jack. Friend of Jack. Okay, so we know she's not venomous. These are active mostly at night. What do we call an animal that is active at night? Nocturnal, good job. Nocturnal is appropriate for this year's summer reading program. Who's supposed to be talking? Me, thank you, okay. So they're active at night because it's a lot cooler at night than it is during the daytime. Now, you notice as I come around, her tongue is sticking in and out. Is she making fun of you guys? Why is she sticking her tongue out? Why is she doing that?
Smell.
To smell, very good. It's how they smell. They got a moist tongue like a dog's moist nose. They flick it in and out. That's the way they learn about their environment. Also, can she hear me talking right now? No. Remember, she has no ears. They can't feel vibrations through the ground. They cannot hear sound waves. Are you going to see her blink? No, she has no eyelids. They do have a scale covering their eye like a contact lens that gets shed with the rest of their skin, but she will not blink. It's hard to tell when a snake's asleep. She's about as big as she's going to get. They get about 3 up to 4 feet long, I think. But even because she's no drama queen, what I say, look at her. She's about as harmless as she can be. Did you want to pet her? I want you to pet her and tell her how she feels. Slow and smooth. Very good. See, snakes are not only. I'll let adults touch because it's funny when adults get hurt, not when kids get hurt. So that's why we only put it out. Okay, so what she said is true. Snakes are actually not slimy at all. They're actually very, very smooth and dry, like leather. And she's very soft and she just shed her skin. So she's not venomous, but she does have teeth. All snakes have teeth. That's how they hold onto their food and eat. What do you think a snake like this would eat? No. No, don't scream. Stay right where you are. No drama queens, okay? You don't want to scare the snake. Or each other. What do you think she would eat? Mice, good. They like mice. Rodents, things like mice and rats and moles and moles. Some of these also eat other snakes. A lot of them are cannibals as well. Sit down. Just stay where you are. I'm coming through. Much better. Stay quiet. These guys love mice. Now that's actually really good news for us because mice and rats breed very quickly. A single pair can turn to thousands within a single year. They carry lots of diseases like Lyme disease and the plague. It's pretty nasty stuff like that. So if we have too many, we've got more disease and more people dying and getting sick. You're all right. You're all right. Don't hurt yourself trying to get away from it. Also, mice are one of the #1 causes of house fires in North America. So they get into our houses during the wintertime, chew wires and cause fires. So mice and rats can cause a lot of problems for us. So snakes are one of the #1 best controllers of mouse populations. Without snakes, we'd have way too many mice. So are snakes a good thing or a bad thing? They're actually a good thing. You see, even animals we don't like have a purpose on this planet. And that is the purpose of snakes. So you're not going to step on anybody. Try not to. There you are. You're okay. That is their purpose for controlling mouse populations. And I promise, they do a much better job than your cat. Because they can slither down into the hole where the entire family is and eat the entire family in one sitting and take care of your problems. They're really, really good mousers. Now, they're called a milk snake. Why on earth are they called a milk snake? Anybody want to guess? You think they would give milk? They don't give milk. Only mammals do. Good guess, though. What do you think they're called a milk snake?
Because they drink milk.
Because they drink milk, you would think so, but they don't drink milk. Anyone else want to take a guess?
Because there's white on it.
The white looks kind of like milk. It does. Usually it's more of a yellow color, but yeah. Good guesses, all of them, but there's actually another reason for it. There's an old wives' tale. Back in the day, farmers, and some farmers still believe this, I gotta be careful. Farmers used to think that these snakes would go in the barn at night and milk their cows. Now, could you imagine a snake doing that? Would a snake do that? No, a snake would not do that. But the farmer would think so. But I can imagine a cow sitting still for a snake to bite it and suck milk, besides the fact that snakes don't drink milk and don't have lips and can't suck. So why would the snake be in the barn in the first place, do you think? Why would she be in there?
To eat the mice.
Very good. Eat the mice and the rats. She was actually doing the farmer a big favor. So what kind of, sit down, sweetheart. Sit down. You sit. Good job. So, what kind of snake is this? Who remembers?
Milk.
Milk snake, or a Pueblan milk snake. Good job. Okay. She's venomous or non-venomous? Non-venomous. Okay. These actually make pretty good pets, by the way. As far as snakes go, they make pretty good pets. Okay. Put her back now. This is a female. It's very hard to tell in snakes, males from females, but she actually laid eggs, so that's how we know for sure it's a girl. Not intentional. Okay, so right now we are where? North America, good. We're going to jump south of this continent right down here.
Africa.
South America, good. Our next two animals are rainforest animals. What is the name of this rainforest up here? What's it called? Got a specific name though, it is tropical. What is it called? Amazon, good job. We're going to be the Amazon rainforest. Now let's quiet down. We don't want to frighten this guy, it's a baby. Well, I'll tell my story. Okay. Okay. This guy is a rainforest tortoise known as a red-footed tortoise. Now most tortoises, and I know he's cute, guys, don't touch, just look. Alright. He's a rainforest tortoise. Now most tortoises are found in very dry or desert habitats, but he is not. He is found in the wild in a very hot, wet, humid, rainy place in the rainforest. Now, he's not fully grown. Like I said, he's a baby. He's only about 5 or 6 years old. And turtles grow very, very slow. He may live to be, quiet down over here, girls. He may actually live to be 50 years or more. Turtles are very long-lived animals. Some species of turtle can actually live to be close to 200 years, which is a very, very long time. Well, like I said, he's not quite fully grown. He's got about that much longer, about that much taller, way up to 20 pounds. He weighs about 7 pounds right now. They're called a red-footed tortoise because of the red markings on the fronts of their legs. Now, they're not as bright as they normally would be because he's very dirty. These guys love to bury up in the mud. They love mud. A lot of turtles do that to stay cool when it gets very, very hot. So, like I said, he's not fully grown, but like all turtles, he's got this hard protective shell. Now that shell is obviously important to protect his body, but can he walk out of his shell and leave it behind like a hermit crab? No. No, good answer, he could not do that. This shell, there you are. This shell is part of his skeleton actually. This is his bone. His internal organs are attached all on the inside, and his spine runs right up here. So he is actually attached to his shell. He's not going to walk out of it and leave it behind. He can pull the endangered species list because we don't have very many of them left. Number one reason for that is because they get hit on the road so much. So next time you see a box turtle across the road, help it across without getting hit yourself, of course. Now, these guys have the most varied diet of any turtle in the world, just about. These guys eat both plants and animals, so they are what? Omnivores. They're omnivorous. Very good. Now, turtles don't have teeth. They've got a sharp beak to bite off and mash up food with. They eat things like mushrooms and fruits. He loves fruit. Vegetables and insects, slimy slugs and grubs. And occasionally dead things as well. Dead stuff. They're like carrion is what that's called. Okay, so we're going to sit down. I don't want to trip anybody. Okay. Now, I think this is a boy turtle. I don't know for sure. I'm going to tell you why I think it is. Now, in boy turtles, their shell actually kind of scoops in like this. So I have a towel on. This guy's called squirt. That's why I have the towel on. But a male turtle shell scoops in the bottom. Like, also, they have a longer tail. So I think it's a boy. I don't know for sure. Now, in turtles, these turtles anyways, the boys get bigger than the girls. And the reason for that is the boys actually fight for the girls. And the way they do that is they've got this sharp, pointy thing underneath their neck that sticks out their blaster. And that's their weapon or their ramming rod. So when two male turtles meet, and there's a girl there they both want, they both start to bob their heads. That's how they initiate a fight. They bob their heads. It goes on for a long time. It's it's a fight in slow motion. And so they do that for a while. Finally, they start to ram each other. They use that piece right here to actually try to flip the other turtle over. And the one who flips the turtle over is the winner. The loser may sometimes actually die and they can't right themselves again. Usually they can flip it over pretty easily, but not all of them can. So, what kind of turtle is this? Who remembers what this is?
A red turtle?
Red-footed tortoise. Very, very good. Like I said, he will live a long time and possibly even outlive me. So they're definitely an investment of time. By the way, you may or may not know this, but it's actually against the law to have turtles as a pet in Tennessee. And it's kind of a complicated law. If you have more questions, ask me afterwards. I won't turn you in or anything. But just so you know, you've got to have a permit to have a turtle in Tennessee. Okay, so red-footed tortoise. Let's put him back now. Now the reason I have this towel because he tends to go to the bathroom. He's usually pretty good about it, but a couple of weeks ago I was at the Clarksville Library and they had beautiful, lovely carpet, and he decided to use the bathroom. I didn't have the towel then. That's why I have the towel now. It was a big mess. Me and the janitor had a lot of fun cleaning that up. So if you go there and you notice somebody staying on the carpet, he's the reason. Okay, so right now we're in South America. Now I've been kind of lax with you guys so far, but I'm going to be a lot stricter with this next animal. This guy is big. He definitely does not like to be touched. Kids need to sit down and not get up when I'm coming around. In fact, I may not get in among you with this guy. You'll see why. So it's very important we stay quiet and calm and stay on your bottoms, okay? He's very cool. I don't want you to be scared of him, but he's just a lot bigger than the other ones we've had. Everybody get seated. He's actually shedding today. Okay. This guy is maybe an animal you've never seen before. This guy is an Argentine black and white tegu. T-E-G-U. Now tegu just means lizard. This means lizard in the South American language. So he's about as big as he's going to get. They get about 4.5 feet long, weigh up to 15 pounds. And he's also a male. And the males get bigger than the females in these guys. The males also have these big puffy cheeks like you see right here. I'm actually not sure what those are for. I wasn't able to find any information. But I do think it has to do with maybe showing off to the girls or scaring away the other boys. Sweetheart, you need to sit down. Layla, sit. Just sit. Okay, stay right there. Thank you. You're going to notice when I come around, he's got a nice long tongue. Now that tongue is a lot like a snake's tongue in that that's how he smells. He smells and tastes the air around him. But unlike a snake, he does have ears and he can hear, and you're going to see him blink as well. They also have very good eyesight. They're very, very intelligent animals, these guys. family of lizards known as the whip-tailed lizards. Look at his tail. See how long that tail is? It's very thick. This tail is their weapon. If he gets upset, you'll see why they're called the whip-tailed lizard. And I've got the welt to prove it. These guys usually tend to whip their tails around rather than bite, although I would not want to be bitten by him either. He's got very, very powerful jaws and very sharp teeth. These guys are found in South America. They're found more along the forest edges and savannas than they are in the deep rainforest. They've got short, powerful legs they use for digging. These guys will dig underground in search of food. Now, these guys also eat both plants and animals, so they are what? Omnivores. Very, very good. This is why I'm not going to get too close to you. When he gets upset, he tends to thrash around. Okay, shh, who's talking over here? Shh. Shh. Quiet. Thank you. Don't want to scare him. Don't want to scare him, trust me. If you guys notice I got some scratches on my arms, this guy is why right here. He's getting ready to demonstrate that. So these guys are very powerful diggers. They look for food. They like things like eggs and arthropods, dead things, fish. These are actually very good swimmers, by the way. They can swim and actually hold their breath for a long period of time. Not very good climbers, though. They're not really climb. These guys spend more time on and under the ground than up in trees. Now, there is a lizard that spends a lot of time in trees that is an herbivore, and it's green. What is that lizard called? It's very common. Huh? No. Yes. Not a gecko. Think bigger. They're real popular pets. You get them all the time.
Chameleon.
Not a chameleon. Think bigger. Someone's got to know this. Iguana. There you go. Iguanas. These guys share their habitats with iguanas, but unlike iguanas, these guys don't really climb and they eat meat. So, he's about 6 or 7 years old, and they live to be about 15 years old. You notice his beautiful, black and white skin. Now this skin is what they're named for. Sorry, I can't come back there with him. This skin is what they're named for. And unfortunately, this skin has caused problems for the tegus because people think they make nice cowboy boots and purses. So especially back in the 1980s, it still goes on today, these guys were killed by the thousands and made into boots and purses, the leather trade. Now, these guys are very understudied. There are very few people out there studying these guys. We don't know very much about them. Maybe one of you guys, though, keep your hands down for now. Maybe one of you guys will grow up and study animals like this, become a herpetologist. So what do you think a herpetologist does? What do they study? What are we talking about today? Reptiles, good. They study reptiles and amphibians. The herpetologists study. Maybe one of you guys will grow up, be a herpetologist, learn about these guys, and protect them. These don't make very good pets unless you're experienced because they're very, very powerful, and they can really do some damage to you. So, what kind of lizard is this? Who remembers what this is?
Black and white skin.
No. It rhymes with ragu.
The black and white
Tegu, good job. Argentine black and white tegu. His name is Onyx. Like I said, these guys are actually very intelligent. He knows how to walk on a leash and harness. It's a lot of fun to take him out in public parks and that sort of thing. People out there walking their poodles and stuff. But he's a really cool animal. But when he gets unhappy, he lets you know. So, put it back. I did pretty good. Argentine black and white tegu. Ouch.
He whipped you.
He was just getting his balance that time, but it still hurt. Also, another interesting note about these guys. If you ever watch any really, really old black and white movies, like the silent movies, they used to use these as dinosaurs in the background. So, but they got a real prehistoric look to them. Okay, so, where are we right now? What continent are we on right now?
South America.
South America, very good. These guys are found in parts of Argentina and Brazil. Our last, there goes a bit more. I knew I was going to do that at some point. Our last animal of the day, we're going to jump across, find South America again. We're going to jump across the big ocean. What's the name of the big ocean? Pacific, good. We're going to the world's largest continent. Which is what? Asia, good. We're going to be in southeastern Asia. You'll only see it when you guys are quiet, that's for sure. We're going to be in southeastern Asia, which is also a rainforest environment. I'm going to stay up here with this next guy as well because he's kind of big and we're still getting to know each other. Everyone will be able to see him just fine, so don't worry about that. So let's meet this next animal. They're found in Malaysia and Thailand, parts of China, and also Burma. Okay. This guy is a Burmese python. Burmese python. This is a pretty big snake, you may think, but by Burmese python standards and even by large snake standards, he's a tiny guy. This guy is a baby. He's only 2 years old, which means, quiet down, quiet. Thank you, better. Which means he's going to get a lot bigger. These guys are the top 6 largest snakes in the world. These guys can reach 16 to 18 feet at least and can reach over 20 feet when they're fully grown and over 100 pounds. That's obviously one that's been fed a lot and has lived a long time, but they can reach that size. Now that's a big snake, don't get me wrong, but that's not the world's biggest snake. What is the world's biggest snake? The what? Not the cobra. The king cobra is the world's largest venomous snake. But what's the world's largest snake? Yes. Anaconda. The anaconda is one of them. There's actually another one too. There's another one. Do you know the other one? Good. Reticulated python. Good job. The anaconda is the heaviest, over 400 pounds, close to 30 feet. Reticulated python can reach 32 feet. I think that's the record, and doesn't get as big or heavy as the anaconda. But they're both very big snakes, big enough to eat any of you guys. But these guys don't get quite that big. Now, he's just a baby, like I said, 2 years old. He's going to get a lot bigger. Now, is this a color that you would see in the wild? Yes? You think so? No. No. What do you call this color besides yellow, not banana? What do you call? Let's go back one more. What do you call a color where there's no dark pigment? What is the name of that color? You know? Yeah, you thought you had it. Even people can be this as well. I bet an adult knows it. Albino, good. He's an albino. Albino just means lack of pigment or melanin. People can be that way too. Quiet down. Now, albinos do happen some in the wild, but do you think that he would be able to hide very well? No, this will not make very good camouflage. Their normal color is more of a greenish or brownish color. That acts as, what do you call when you're blending in with your surroundings? Camouflage. Camouflage, good. This is not good camouflage. He would not live very long in the wild like this. This is also an animal that comes out at night, which is, what is that called again? Nocturnal, good. So it comes out at night. These guys, I don't want to put them up too soon, guys. These guys have special tools for finding animals in complete darkness. Under his nostrils, he's got this row of holes. He's not going to, let me show you. He's kind of shy. He's got a row of holes under his nostrils, which are called heat-sensing pits. Those help him to sense warm-bodied animals in complete darkness. So he will actually wait for animals to come to them. These are ambush predators. When an animal does finally come along, they grab it, they wrap their body around it, and they squeeze it really, really hard. What is that called when you squeeze it really hard? Another word for it. Constriction, good. Constriction. Now hopefully he will not demonstrate that on me today. This is constriction is how they kill their prey. They wrap their body around, they squeeze it until it stops breathing. They do have teeth, they've got very sharp teeth actually, that they use to grab and hold onto their food with, because again, you have to think about it. Snakes are kind of a disadvantage in the animal world. They have no claws, they have nothing to grab their food and hold on with. That's why they've got those sharp teeth that point backwards, kind of like a shark's. I know you guys are dying for you to come back there, but I can't walk among the kids with this guy, so we're still, like I said, we're still getting to know each other. Maybe afterwards when the kids are out of here, I might do. Okay, sweetheart, you gotta sit down, okay? You guys need to sit down and stay where you are. Do not. Okay, sit down. Sit down. This is for your safety, okay? So, they use constriction to kill their prey. They got very sharp teeth to grab their food with. So, their natural habitat is Southeastern Asia, like I said, but it's not the only place you can find these besides pet stores. Where can you find these snakes now that they're not supposed to be? Kind of close to home. Florida. Shh. Quiet down, guys. Shh. Quiet down. Yes, the Florida Everglades and the Keys, where these are now found wild. He's a very active snake. So how in the world did these big snakes get there? What are they doing in Florida? How'd they get there? Everybody's able. How did they get there? They swim across the ocean? No, that's too far. How did they get there?
People buy them when they get too big and they let them go.
It's a big part of the problem. Very good. People think these make really cool pets. You can go to almost any pet store and get one of these. They're about this big when you get them. You think, oh, it's so cute. People take it home, and 2 years later, they got this. Another couple of years, he's going to weigh, probably close to 45, 50 pounds. They grow very quickly. They can grow 7 feet in their first year of life. They're very, very fast growers. People get scared of these guys, and rightly so. This is not a toy. This really does not even make a good pet, even, because even this size, he could easily kill me if he wanted to. And it does happen. People get killed by these all the time. They're beloved pets they've had for years and years will suddenly one day grab them and try to eat them. Because they don't rationalize. If they're hungry and you smell like food, they're going to treat you like food. That's why only experts should have these. You have to learn how to read their behavior and know whether they're going to attack or not, because they're not child's play. This is not a good pet. So they're in the Everglades. People get these, and they get too big and they let them go. Is it a good idea to let a snake like this go? No. Very bad idea. Because, like I said, they're dangerous to small pets and small children in urban environments. He's trying to hide. He's kind of scared. Also, and they pose a huge threat to the environment. Because in the Everglades, you have a lot of endangered species. There are a lot of animals down there that need protection. When you throw these snakes in there, they eat a lot of different kinds of food. As a matter of fact, common everyday animals like raccoons and opossums are practically extinct. Are practically extinct because there's so many of these snakes. They're estimated there to be about 500,000 of these now living and breeding in the Florida Everglades. So we're never getting rid of them. They're there to stay. But they're not going to migrate north or anything like that because the frost line keeps them down. They can't survive our cold winters. So, is this the world's biggest snake? No. This is the Burmese python. Not the world's biggest snake, but they do get very, very big. And do these make good pets? No. Please say no. Snakes do make good pets, just not these. These belong in zoos, in the wild, and only by experts like myself. You guys think this is a cool job? I think it is. I think it's an awesome job. If you guys want a job like this when you grow up, it's okay to say no. It's not for everybody. If you guys want a job like this when you grow up, it's important that you guys stay in school, you study hard, you go on to college and study even harder. This is the kind of job where you're going to get hurt, you're going to get dirty, you're going to get very tired, and you're never going to get rich, but it's a lot of fun. It's the best way to work with both people and animals, and it's awesome. I love snakes, by the way. This is why I'm here, why I'm with this guy. Even though he's dangerous, I do love him. I just respect him as well. So if you guys want a job like this, like I said, stay in school, stay away from drugs. It's very important you guys work very hard because you can do it. You guys have been awesome this morning. Thank you so much for coming out here. But before anybody gets up and moves, I'm going to put him up first. Do not come up here until I get him up first. But I do have some information up here if you guys want more information about programs like this. We do programs like this for schools and for libraries, for church groups. I've got some brochures and business cards. We've got a website. We're also on Facebook as well. And also have some bookmarks for the kids if you guys want to get a bookmark of your favorite animal from today. Thank you guys so much. Let me put them up now. Okay, put our kids.
Chances are you've never been to the moon, but whether you know it or not, NASA is part of your everyday life.
That's right. A lot of technology and research that was designed originally for space has been transformed into products that you and I use each and every day. They're called spin-offs.
Today on NASA 360, we're going to take a look at some of our favorite spin-offs in your home, your city, and your life. There's no place like home. And in your home, there are probably a few things that you rely on that at some point in time came from NASA technology, starting with a good night's sleep. Ever heard of temper foam or memory foam? Well, more than a few companies use temper foam to make mattresses, but originally temper foam was developed for spaceflight. Back in the 1960s, during the Apollo program, NASA set out to design flight seats that could provide extra comfort and shock absorption for astronauts. The result of their research was a special kind of plastic called open-cell polyurethane silicone. It's temperature sensitive and pressure sensitive, meaning it reacts to body temperature, getting softer when warm and firmer when cold. It distributes weight evenly and is super shock absorbent. That's why it's used in mattresses and pillows, but it's also used in aircrafts, cars, even wheelchairs. Who doesn't have one of these at home? Cordless power tools are another NASA spin-off. NASA didn't invent the cordless power drill, but they did help to make it a whole lot better. When NASA contracted Black & Decker to design tools for them, the company had already unveiled their amazing cordless power tools. For NASA, the tool company developed a zero-impact wrench for the Gemini project. That spun bolts in zero gravity without spinning the astronaut. They also designed a cordless rotary hammer drill for the Apollo moon program. But before sending the tools to space, Black & Decker and NASA tested the tools at extreme temperatures and in zero atmosphere and zero gravity conditions. As a result of this research, Black & Decker created several spin-offs, including cordless, lightweight, battery-powered precision medical instruments. And a cordless miniature vacuum cleaner called a Dust Buster. Knowing that makes house cleaning a lot more exciting. NASA also helps make existing products better, like this. Okay, so this is ordinary house paint, right? Okay, NASA didn't invent that, but if you add this to your ordinary house paint, your paint becomes insulating paint. Check it out. These ceramic microspheres create a heat-reflecting thermal layer that keeps your house cool in the summer and warm in the winter. Pretty neat, huh? This is the result of insulation technology, originally designed in the 1980s for use on the Space Shuttle's solid rocket boosters. The original process was costly and toxic, but after collaborating with some like-minded small businesses, NASA helped create this cost-efficient and non-toxic insulator used on homes, businesses, boats, and of course in the aerospace industry. This is the ultimate in green technology. It cuts energy costs, and it's so safe, oh, you could even eat it. I think I'll pass. Hey, did you know that NASA helped make better plasma displays similar to this one? NASA experts in advanced metals, ceramics, and glass helped the top producers of plasma screens to create non-distorting, non-discoloring, and multi-contour microspheres, the key component for novel plasma displays. These advancements are finding their way to better displays in stadiums, cities, and even your TV set at home. I know that guy. NASA spin-offs really are everywhere we look. Water. It's one of the most basic necessities of mankind, but unfortunately, safe, clean water isn't always readily available. Johnny Alonso is at NASA Ames Research Center in California to learn how technology designed for space is providing safe, clean water where we need it most here on Earth.
At almost 8 pounds per gallon, sending sufficient drinking water into outer space is an expensive proposition. That's why NASA created a water purification technology that can easily recycle every drop of water generated during a mission. We're talking sweat, exhale water vapor, shower water, and now, urine. While drinking your own pee in space sounds totally insane, what's even more disturbing is that over 1 billion people worldwide lack access to sufficient quantities of water to survive. As a result, 10 million people die each year from waterborne diseases. NASA is sharing its water purification technology with private companies to create affordable, portable systems that cleanse any readily available water. This is going to make a huge difference in the lives of people who live in remote or developing areas, where water is scarce or contaminated. Here at NASA Ames, a guy like Sherwin Gormley is a mastermind behind some of this recycling technology. Oh, and his work? It's never done. What's up, man?
Hey.
What are you working on?
Well, I like to think I'm working on the best gray water processor in the world. You basically put your dirty shower water in on one side of this membrane, and what you get out the other little blue line here is something that has about 98 to 99% of all of the stuff that you don't want removed. This same membrane that we have in this device is actually being marketed for aid workers. You would simply drop this can into like any contaminated river or lake or pond, and you would set this membrane down into it, and you hook up this bag full of sugar concentrate. So this is basically lemonade concentrate. Pop it into the top end, and immediately you start getting lemonade.
All right, what do we got?
Well, let's say you're trapped in that capsule and you're floating around in the ocean for a very long time, and you really have nothing but urine to work with. We put the treated urine in on one side. You put some type of sugar drink mix in on the other side. So 2-3 hours later, you have your sports drink concentrate.
Yeah, this is a tried and true technology.
Oh yeah, tastes good.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're good to go.
I take your word for it. Thank you so much, man.
Well, we can give you one on the way out.
Next episode, maybe.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. NASA 360 will be right back with more NASA spin-offs.
Whether we're at work, at home, or in between, technology originally designed for use in space has made its way into our everyday lives. Hang on a second.
Jennifer.
Hey, Johnny. I love modern technology.
Yeah, me too. Super fast wireless communication, GPS, and that's just the stuff on my phone. Hey, even this headset's a NASA spin-off, inspired by the same technology that brought Neil Armstrong's voice from the moon back over to NASA's control station.
You're right, that is pretty cool, but don't get me started. How about NASA technology in the field of medicine? We would have to do a whole separate episode for that, Johnny.
I'll get started on that right away. But in the meantime, take a closer look around you. I bet you'll find a little NASA in your world. Take, for instance, the Golden Gate Bridge. The coating that now protects the Golden Gate Bridge was originally developed by NASA for rockets and space vehicles. It was designed to control corrosion caused by UV radiation, rocket exhaust gases, and extreme temperatures. Today, the applications are far-reaching. Highway and bridge infrastructures, piers and docks, concrete balconies and ceilings, parking garages, cooling towers, pipelines, all stay strong because of this amazing NASA spin-off.
I know what you're thinking. What do my groceries have to do with NASA? Well, astronauts eat too, you know. And when they were planning the first manned space missions, NASA realized that food in an enclosed zero-G environment needed two important things. One, to be free of all crumbs, and two, needed to be free of any and all disease-producing bacteria or toxins. To learn how to keep food in space safe, NASA enlisted the help of a major food manufacturer. For them, keeping crumbs under control was an easy problem to solve. But when it came to keeping bacteria at bay, they found that there was no easy solution. It was concluded that the only way to succeed was to establish control over the entire process, from the raw materials, the processing environment, and even the people involved in making the food. And so, the hazard analysis and critical control point concept was developed, a process designed to prevent food safety problems rather than catch them after they've occurred. These food safety principles have been so effective that they're still in effect in processing food eaten each and every day, in space and in your home. Fresh produce in space sounds like a good idea. Unfortunately, we won't have gardens in space anytime soon, but you can be sure NASA's working on it. In fact, their research on plant growth chambers has already resulted in benefits for us here on Earth. How? Well, you may not know it, but plants produce a natural hormone called ethylene. It's like a chemical cue that tells them to begin ripening. And when you get a bunch of plants together, too much ethylene means premature spoilage. Plants grown in NASA's growth chambers have the same problem, but researchers quickly devised new technology that scrubs ethylene from the air and prevents premature aging. And now that same ethylene removal technology is being used to keep produce in the markets fresher, longer. And the device is capable of cleaning the air of 98% of harmful airborne pathogens. It could be used in hospitals, schools, airplanes. Turns out rocket science is good for the health of your fruit and your family. Here's one spin-off you might not know about. NASA technology is in your baby's food. That's right, 99% of all infant formulas contain a nutritional supplement that came from NASA-sponsored research. It came about when NASA became interested in the potential of algae as a recycling agent for long-duration space travel. The research resulted with an algae-based, vegetable-like oil that contains two essential polyunsaturated fatty acids, DHA and ARA. These are the same fatty acids found in human breast milk, and they play an important role in mental and visual development. But this supplement is good for more than just babies. I mean, it's in yogurt, cheeses, juice, milk. So the next time your mom tells you to eat your veggies, tell her you'd rather eat your algae.
Your mother also told you not to play with matches. Luckily, firefighting equipment today has also benefited from NASA research. Lightweight, fire-resistant, heat-protective materials originally developed for use in astronaut spacesuits or in spacecraft are now helping firefighters work safely, quickly, and efficiently. The radio and breathing systems crucial to successful firefighting are also lighter and more efficient than ever before, thanks to engineering borrowed from NASA. Here in California, where forest fires are concerned, firefighting requires a much bigger perspective. NASA's remote sensing technology provides real-time information to commanders in the field, so they'll know how a fire is developing and where it's spreading. And from a distance, that's safe for everyone. One NASA spinoff that has come full circle is solar energy. People have been harnessing the sun's power since the beginning of time. Solar power then became the primary source of power for all NASA's missions, the most impressive of which has got to be the International Space Station. But these aren't the be-all, end-all of solar energy. Nope, because NASA never stops working to make technology more efficient and lighter. They push the limits of solar energy efficiency by creating a lightweight solar panel that performs like a heavyweight. Already, these thin-film solar cells are on the market, and they're turning out to be a popular and affordable green energy option. They use a fine layer of semiconducting material to convert sunlight into energy, which means they're cheaper to make and easier to install. But that's just the beginning. In the near future, solar energy might be beamed down to us by solar panels that are floating in low Earth orbit. Now, that's never been done before, but for NASA, that challenge makes for just another regular day on the job. We got plenty more NASA spin-offs when we return, so don't go anywhere. NASA 360 will be back in a flash. We know know NASA research and technology has lent itself to hundreds of commercial products in our homes and the cities that surround us. But sometimes we need to borrow NASA technology to help perfect some of the good things in life. Take, for instance, this wine. For hundreds of years, wine growers have known that grapes harvested in different areas of their vineyards can produce wines with unique flavors and tastes. Many winemakers are now using NASA's advanced remote sensing technologies to understand the subtle nuances of their vineyards. They can identify vine vigor to see weak and strong areas of growth in the vineyard, then break up how they harvest. That's a process that used to take decades. Now, it takes just months. NASA's remote sensing of vineyards has also been used to track bacterial and fungal infections caused by insects. These pests have devastated vineyards and orchards from California to Florida and south as far as Central America. Who knew that technology designed for up there could help make the quality of life down here so much better? Cheers.
When you think of space and science and technology, what comes to mind? Probably spaceships, astronauts, scientists in white lab coats, and baseball. Probably not, but believe it or not, NASA technology has resulted in spin-offs that are very much a part of an athletic lifestyle. Swing better! Let's start with clothing. Thanks to NASA, workout gear is now designed to interact with the unique microclimate of the human body. Sounds pretty high-tech, doesn't it? That's because it is. In 1988, NASA began working with private industry to develop thermally adaptive phase change materials that could be applied to astronaut suits and gloves for better protection against the bitter cold and scorching heat encountered in space. Their research resulted in the creation of adaptive phase changing materials. Phase change materials have the ability to store heat and then re-release it to moderate the temperature between the body and the environment and keep it just right. Woo! All right, now that's what I call smart fashion. Spacesuit technology has also been applied to athletic shoes. Thanks to the work of an award-winning NASA spacesuit engineer, today's athletic shoes are more durable and provide custom comfort for a healthier foot. That's because they're designed with a special midsole that works like a compression chamber, stiff on the outside and cushiony on the inside. Midsole technology is where it's at. It makes shoes lighter, but provides more stability and shock absorption than ever before. From mattresses to sneakers, cushiony foam may be one of the most used NASA spin-offs around. Not only does it keep us comfortable, it keeps us safe. From Little League to college and pro athletes, safety gear is vital to keeping athletes safe from injury. Almost all protective sporting equipment, including bicycle helmets and car seats, use Tempur foam for shock reduction.
Recognize this photo? On January 20th, 2009, photographer David Bergman took this picture of President Obama's inauguration. But it's not just any picture. When you click on any part of it, you can zoom in to see incredible detail. But what's really cool is that this technology is the same technology that the Mars rovers use to take the images of the red planet. That's right. Inspired by the vast landscapes the Mars rovers could produce, engineers at NASA Ames Research Center and Carnegie Mellon University decided to find more down-to-earth applications for this technology. And what they came up with was this, GigaPen. Now I'm here in Twin Peaks with my good friend Rich Gibson from NASA Ames Research Center. And what we're gonna do is take a picture of this.
This is the GigaPen imager.
Yes.
This is a robotic platform that takes your camera, most any normal small digital camera,
Yes.
rotates it on this robotic platform,
Sure.
and can vary it up and down, and then takes pictures with this robotic finger. Can take dozens, hundreds, thousands of pictures even.
Yeah.
So, and once we've taken those pictures, we can put them all together with software that we have,
Right.
and upload them to the web, where you can explore them in stunning detail.
Can we try one?
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at
Absolutely.
this.
So, in order to program this,
Yeah.
we want to pick the top left and the lower right that we want for our shot.
All right. Well, how
We
about
can also do 360 degrees.
But if I had to choose, can we go towards the Golden Gate?
Absolutely. And then I'm going to rotate it this way.
Let's take it from
How far do we want to go?
go towards there, just right there.
Okay, there we are. So this is set. It's going to take 34 pictures this way, 18 up and down. Moves up to our beautiful Golden Gate off there in the distance.
Totally.
And click. Once all the pictures are taken,
Yeah.
we'll take the card out, take it to my friend Terry Fong, and he'll stitch them together.
That sounds great. So how's it looking?
It's looking great, but you know, your photo is not just one photo, it's actually 90 photos, and
Okay.
that's like 3.5 billion pixels. So you've got the whole city here.
Yeah, this is my shot.
This is your
Yo!
shot. We can start zooming in, and what's over here? Hey, look, that's the Golden Gate Bridge.
Look at this, man. Oh,
Get all the way in, you can see the cars on the bridge. What's great about this is that this is exactly the same sort of software that we use for looking at Mars. It's the same thing that we use to let scientists take a look at different things on other planets.
What are some of the applications here on Earth?
There are tons of applications here on Earth. You can use it for education.
Yeah.
We're working with UNESCO for cross-cultural awareness between school kids.
Cool.
You can use it for journalism. Sports Illustrated is taking us out to various sporting events. All kinds of great things you can do right here on Earth.
So these just are, pretty pictures, Doctor, thank you for your time. Right on. Getting from Earth to space is no easy task and requires an incredible amount of testing. Wind tunnels, extreme temperatures, extreme volumes, extreme vibrations, but all that testing leads to new knowledge, which is then applied to products that we use every day. Yeah, like this guitar. Yeah, this guitar. A company that originally developed helicopters is now making these Ovation guitars. Yeah. The engineers there use vibration analysis equipment, originally used to locate and eliminate vibration. In this case, the technology was used to make the perfect vibration. Whether it's technology designed to help save lives or just trying to make the best things in life a little better, these spin-offs are the tangible benefits of the work NASA's doing in space. Hey, for Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonso. We'll catch you next time on NASA 360.
Thanks to NASA, work out here is now designed to,
Hey, what's going on, man? What are you working on?
It's a time machine.
It's not the script. What are you
unfortunately, we won't, oops, there goes an apple.
Whether it's technological, wrong line.
Our time clock is ticking, Johnny. Are you done with your line yet?
Ah!
Do you play country or western?
I play both.
Hey, there's Johnny.
Wait, let me get that phone call really quickly.
Yeah, hang on, it's Paisan on the phone. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Johnny, I love you. Yeah, I love you, Johnny. Love you.
Life for a penguin can be harsh, but for this colony off the coast of South Africa, life is about to take a deadly turn. The question is, can they survive?
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina. Everybody loves penguins, right? Look at them, so cute, waddling along in their little tuxedos. But don't be fooled, these guys are serious survivors, able to thrive in some of nature's most extreme conditions, as you're about to find out. In today's program, you'll witness a colony of African penguins facing a life-threatening disaster, and the amazing call heard around the world for people to come to their rescue. You'll meet a special penguin with a royal namesake, and a feathered ambassador that almost came unglued. All this and more coming up now in this episode of Saving a Species, The Penguin Story.
Some people might think Africa is an unlikely place for penguins. But the southern tip of the continent is home to a fairly large colony of African penguins, at least by today's standards. Like most other species of penguins, the African penguin numbers are in decline. Less than 10% of the original African penguin populations remain. And with a worldwide total of about 56,000 breeding pairs, the African penguin is the only penguin species that breeds in Africa, and it's found nowhere else on the planet. They're listed as vulnerable for a variety of reasons. From early factors like the harvesting of eggs for food and habitat alterations, to more current threats such as pollution and overfishing, which jeopardize the penguins' food supplies. Today, African penguins are a major source of pride and entertainment for the residents of South Africa. Colonies found in seaside villages on the mainland, like Simonstown, bring tourists and their cameras to the area for year-round amusement. So it's no small wonder that when a tragic disaster threatened their beloved penguin population, locals and tourists alike responded in astounding numbers.
Cape Townians, we're a great bunch of people, we rock!
June 23, 2000 marked a tragic day off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, when an ore carrier called the Treasure developed a hole in the hull and sank 6 miles offshore. 2 of its fuel tanks ruptured, spilling over 1,000 tons of oil, and the resulting slick quickly hit Robben and Dasson Islands, both major breeding sites for African penguins. And to make matters worse, the spill occurred in the middle of the penguins' breeding season, putting thousands of birds at risk. This was to become the biggest evacuation and rescue attempt of wild birds in history.
It's an important cause over here.
The call for help was heard around the world. And within hours, governments, agencies, businesses, and individuals partnered to save the oiled penguins, headed up by 2 organizations well known for their rescue efforts. Salt River Station, an empty railroad maintenance warehouse in the industrial heart of Cape Town, was chosen as a viable rehab site. And within 1 day, water and electricity were installed, dry pools were set up, crushed shells were trucked in, and the rescue facility was up and running. Workers and volunteers captured the oiled birds and transported them from Dasson and Robben Islands by air, boat, and by truck to the facility where they would hopefully find refuge.
Including the African penguin, there are 17 total species of these specialized seabirds, just like this rockhopper with the adorable yellow crest. And here's a chinstrap penguin, named for obvious reasons. And here's a couple gentoos. And this is a king penguin, just slightly smaller than the largest species, the emperor penguin.
Lots of people make the mistake of thinking that penguins live at the North Pole. But it's the opposite, the South Pole, where many species reside. In fact, penguins are only found in the southern hemisphere.
And if you think all penguins are about ice and snow, think again.
Some species, like the Magellanic, the Galapagos, the Humboldt, and the African penguins, have adapted to warmer, temperate, and even tropical climates. Penguins eat krill, squid, and fish, and these fast-swimming birds catch their meals on the run, relying on their sharp sense of vision while hunting. Feeding the rescued African penguins was a primary concern for the caregivers. These birds had to be hand-fed, which was no small task considering the mounting size of this rescue. SeaWorld was one of many to respond to the African penguin disaster, sending 2 of their aviculturists halfway around the world to offer their services.
Back in 2000, when the Treasure sank off the coast of Cape Town, the South African government put out an international call for help. At that time, I had 13 years of experience working with penguins, a lot of hand-raising experience working with babies, so I think I was a good choice to go and assist with the rescue effort.
I was selected to go to South Africa because of the work that I've been able to do here at SeaWorld in San Diego of caring for penguins and also raising penguin chicks. Also here at our park we have an oiled wildlife care center where we have learned and been trained to care for oiled wildlife, particularly birds, and with that, going down to take care of the animals that were oiled, I was able to use those skills down there as well.
Even with years of experience under their belts, nothing prepared the rescue workers for this.
Our first day here was actually Sunday morning, and it was a complete shock to walk in and see the magnitude of this. Having worked with birds before in Orlando, I said, you know, a few penguins, how many could that be? But to see the number here was just overwhelming.
Overwhelming for the people and the penguins. Priorities had to be ranked in order to keep the birds alive, and food and water topped the list. But the volunteers quickly learned rescued penguins are not necessarily grateful for human help.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. So we've got all 3 methods going on.
Literally tons of fish were necessary to keep the penguins alive. Antibiotics and vitamins were supplied to combat illness and infection under such stressful circumstances. One particular activity really had a positive effect on the birds. Rail cars were tipped on their sides, lined with tarps, and filled with water. resulting in some very happy penguins. The initial rescue attempts with the adult birds seemed well under control. But remember, this was the middle of breeding season. That means there's a whole other side to this story. February 28, 1982 was a special day at SeaWorld San Diego. It marked the hatching of the first hand-raised king penguin at the park. Since that time, Tut, as he came to be known, has sired several chicks. And today, at nearly 25 years old, he's still an important family member at SeaWorld. How's that for a penguin encounter? Penguin chicks in the wild can have a tough road ahead of them. Luckily, they have two attentive parents they can depend on. This Gen 2 chick hatched out at SeaWorld has a little bit easier time of it. There you go, buddy. With an entire staff of attentive caretakers looking after it. Unfortunately, after the oil spill, many of the penguin chicks were separated from their parents, and the outlook for their future was pretty grim, until the arrival of some helping human hands. Most species of penguins lay 1 or 2 eggs at a time, and generally only one of the chicks survives. Both parents actively participate in tending the eggs and raising their young. This actually created a problem for the African penguins following the oil spill. This spill wasn't big in comparison to other spills, but since it occurred during the penguin nesting season, it interfered with their feeding process. Penguin parents regurgitate partially digested fish and other food items to their chicks. In order to hunt their prey, the African penguins had to swim through the slick, and oiled feathers eventually would keep them from being waterproof and able to regulate their body temperature. Also, the birds often ingested oil, and when they returned to their nests, their regurgitated food was contaminated. So between the feather coating and the toxicity, it wouldn't take long before both the penguins and the chicks would perish. Luckily, Lauren Dubois and a team of experts arrived on the scene.
Well, when we first arrived, there was nothing set up for the chicks. They had set aside a room for us, but pretty much they were waiting for us to arrive. I was working with a colleague of mine from the Baltimore Zoo, Steve Serro, and we started making sure that we were getting the pens set up for the birds. We got tarps set up. We started getting some of our scales, anything that we thought we would need for the chicks.
Once an initial assessment was made of the chicks, one of 2 directions was taken. If they were older, they were moved to the area with the bigger birds. Or they began the process of rehab with Lauren's team.
The feeding process is pretty much force feeding them. We want them to get some food in there, which is pretty much grabbing the bird, opening up their bill, and putting a fish in their mouth. On the smaller birds, it's a little difficult because some of the fish is so big, so we'll just cut the fish in half and feed them some of the fish tails instead.
Under the rehab team's constant care, Lauren remained optimistic about the chicks' futures.
The outlook for these birds is very good, or at least I'm very hopeful. I look at these birds and they're very fat. They look in good shape. There's no oil on them. They all look very healthy. So the prognosis, I feel, is very good. I feel that we'll be able to go out and release these birds and at least give them a good chance to survive.
Penguins are warm-blooded seabirds that don't actually fly. Since they often have to endure frigid waters and extreme weather conditions, 4 primary adaptations help them survive. Their body fat that provides insulation, changes in their metabolic rate when they're on land versus when they're in the water, a blood flow system that adjusts to conserve or release body heat, and feathers. Their feathers are stiff and very thick. In fact, they're 7 times more dense than a chicken's. Although feathers play an important part in keeping them warm, temperate penguins, like the African penguin, need to release heat in warmer weather. So unfeathered, bare patches around their eyes and beaks allow heat to escape. Left alone, the oiled penguin's feathers would no longer be waterproof, and eventually the birds would become waterlogged, unable to swim and unable to regulate their body temperature. Cleaning the feathers was essential before the birds could survive in the wild.
We work together as a team to be picking animals for wash. It's important that the animal is strong enough and healthy enough to be washed.
First, the birds were sprayed with vegetable oil to dissolve the tanker oil.
The difference between when they go into the cleaning room and come out of the cleaning room is phenomenal.
Then, they were washed in dishwashing soap. They were washed.
They have their black and white coloration back.
And washed.
And the birds look so good.
And then washed again.
And they even look happier.
Next, they were rinsed in fresh water, then set under heat lamps to dry overnight.
There is no long-term effects from the oil with regards to their feather coloration.
It took 2 volunteers on the average of 1 hour to wash 1 penguin. So on a good day, 500 to 600 penguins were washed. Cleaned birds also received fluids, vitamins, and a flipper band for identification. The Cape Town rescue was a collective, massive effort. In the end, would it make a difference? Only time would tell. Animal rescues aren't always on a big scale, so it was a lucky day for one little penguin when the staff at SeaWorld San Antonio got pretty creative. They discovered a crack in one of their penguin's eggshells and sealed it up with glue. Elmer, as he was appropriately named, hatched with no problem at all, and today is a SeaWorld celebrity ambassador, teaching kids all around the country about penguins and a caring staff's ingenuity. How's that for a penguin encounter?
Times of crisis really show what the human spirit is made of. For a total of 6 weeks, the people in Cape Town worked tirelessly, side by side, to help save the oiled penguins. IFA and SANCOB organized this enormous effort, pulling in corporate, government, and nonprofit partners from around the globe. We've all heard the expression, it takes a village. Well, in this case, it took that and more.
It's a lot to manage, but we're doing it.
Are you wondering what it takes to coordinate a rescue this big? Every aspect has to be thought out and responded to, and it all has to happen like yesterday. International Fund for Animal Welfare, or IFA, and South African Foundation for the Conservation of Coastal Birds, SANCOB for short, pulled together dozens of organizations for the effort, and supplies and donations poured in. Fish, lots of fish, in fact 361 tons at Salt River alone. Vitamins, equipment, pools and liners, cleaning agents, cleaning gear, protective gear, boxes, transportation, even a Red Cross station was set up inside the facility to care for human injuries. And then you need the people to make it all happen. So how do you spread the word?
On the radio 2-3 times a day, about 4 or 5 different local and national radio slots. I talk to people, I cajole them, I beg them, and we've had an overwhelming response.
Of course, a booming voice helps.
My bit happens to be a big body with a big voice, and I just organize the people, I yell at them, I smile at them, I encourage them, and I keep the things going.
Thousands of volunteers answered. People came after putting in a full shift at their regular jobs. Day after day they showed up with big smiles and amazing attitudes as they got ready to do some very dirty work.
The cleaning, the scrubbing, it's not all glamorous. There's a lot of hard back-breaking work in it, but it's all part, we're all here for the penguins.
It's all about the penguins, but it was the people that made it all about the penguins. This shared sense of coming together for the cause moved literally every one of the workers.
I never had the remotest idea what this would be like. This is utterly overwhelming.
People are coming together. Most of us are here on a volunteer basis, and that's been like super part of this. It's been great to be here.
It's important for us to also be involved in that conservation, and so this is our opportunity to do the right thing.
When you have a disaster like this, and I think that's an appropriate word, is a disaster, considering this is one of the largest animal rescues ever, to take a look at things that are involved, it's just getting the people here to help out.
It's an important cause over here.
But Big Mike said it best.
If we had to factor in the cost of the manpower, it would be astronomical. And the only reason we keep the costs down is because the people are prepared to help. And Cape Townians, we're a great bunch of people, we rock!
All the volunteers were a great bunch of people. all 40,000 of them, because in the end, that's how many people showed up to help the African penguins. Standing over 3 feet tall, the largest of the penguins, the emperor penguin, lives its entire life in and around Antarctica. SeaWorld San Diego became the first place outside of Antarctica to hatch and raise an emperor chick. Since then, all the SeaWorld parks continue to participate in comprehensive breeding programs for all of our penguins, welcoming many additions to our SeaWorld family. How's that for a penguin encounter? The response to the African penguin crisis shows what can happen when people join forces for wildlife conservation. Because of thousands of helping hands, the vulnerable population of African penguins got a second chance at survival. And all this time, energy, and hard work was leading up to a single goal: the day the penguins could be released and swim home.
This spill in South Africa, in Cape Town, is probably, to the best of my knowledge, one of the largest responses in history to oiled wildlife. It may not be the largest spill by volume of oil spilled, and it may not have the most miles of coastline affected, but it by far has the most live animals retrieved, brought into captivity for rehabilitation. So this is an extremely large spill response here in Cape Town.
After 6 weeks of caring for the oiled birds, the last penguin rescued received his bath, and it was time to send the final birds home.
Fortunately, these chicks right here were not oiled, so we didn't have to clean them.
Several weeks had passed since the chicks had been rescued. They thrived under the watchful eyes of the rescue team, so they were strong and healthy and ready to survive on their own. Their down was replaced with waterproof feathers, making it possible for them to swim from the shore to their home islands.
Well, this is what it's all about. This is
It's come full circle, so it feels like all of the efforts have been a success in seeing these set free. And
before their release, they were sprayed with pink dye, so researchers could easily identify them. The adult penguins were marked as well, and then fitted with an ID tag on their flipper. Finally, the birds were crated and ready to transport to the sea. It was an emotion-packed day for the workers and volunteers.
To actually reach a goal like this is truly remarkable.
This was definitely
a
good day for us.
Relief is the big one. The relief is the big one. They got out before anything bad could happen to them.
So in the long ride for these chicks that we've released, and I'm very happy for them. They're doing extremely well. It was a nice release.
It's always wonderful wherever I am, even if it's one bird or 600. That's awesome. It's a wonderful feeling because it's an accomplishment.
It was a long haul for both the animals and the people. But in the end, a remarkable contribution to penguin conservation. Not all of the birds taken off Robben and Dassen Islands were oiled. In an attempt to prevent these birds from becoming harmed, volunteers saved 21,000 penguins by collecting unoiled birds and transporting them to Port Elizabeth and releasing them to swim home, where they would arrive after the worst of the oil spill was over. This step in prevention is a strong example of proactive conservation. Today, many human activities are impacting penguins. Hunting, coastal development, pollution, and overharvesting of fish stocks that penguins eat top the list of threats. Currently, all 17 species of penguins are legally protected, and at least 5 species are considered at risk for becoming extinct. Like IFAW and Sandcob, other groups such as the Captive Breeding Specialist Group work towards the conservation of penguins. The SeaWorld parks maintain emperor, king, macaroni, Adelie, Gentoo, chinstrap, rockhopper, Magellanic, and Humboldt penguins, and each of these species has successfully reproduced. SeaWorld San Diego participates in the species survival plan for the endangered Humboldt penguin, helping to maintain diversity within this species. In addition, SeaWorld Parks also employed 2 stud bookkeepers to track the captive breeding of chinstrap, Adelie, and king penguins. Finally, the Oiled Wildlife Care Center at SeaWorld San Diego serves as a valuable resource to assist oiled animals in times of crisis.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
Major disasters remind us how vulnerable an entire animal population can be. But a crisis isn't the only time you can help. Conservation happens every day at a local level. Get involved with a zoological park or aquarium in your town and find out what you can do. When the Cape Town call for action was heard around the world, many responded. We offered help, but what we got back in return was invaluable.
There are so many wonderful animals in this world. There's so many wonderful people in the world that care so much about them. To see everybody come together and want to work and really just take care of those animals was incredible. I think being able to come back and share that with the people here in the United States and just even at SeaWorld has been the greatest thing for me.
I learned more about people, myself included, on this trip, I think, than any single thing I've done to date. The sheer number of volunteers that showed up every day at the Salt River railway station was just overwhelming. It just kind of reaffirms your faith in humanity when you see how willing people are to donate their time. It really showed that people can truly be compassionate when there's another species that's in need of their help.
The African penguin rescue remains the largest, most successful bird rescue in history to date. Over 40,000 volunteers saved more than 43,000 birds total. They cleaned about 22,000 birds and achieved a 90% survival rate upon their release. This monumental success happened because a lot of caring people showed up and made a difference. From Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Penguin Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The penguins featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to animal rescue, wildlife research, habitat protection, and conservation education. Your support through the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is November 1st, 2022, and it is at 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight, the prayer will be with Vice Mayor No, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Dr. Bill Burns. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our most graciously and heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with humble hearts, open minds, bowed heads. Lord, we would ask that you watch over our fair city. Thank you so much for an incredible, beautiful day in your world, because we know that without you, nothing is possible. Lord, we ask that you help this board make decisions that will benefit all of LaVergne and its citizens. And these things we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Dr. Burns.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Bill Burns. I'm a retired Army doctor with 12 years prior service in the Navy. If there are any veterans here tonight, would you please raise your hand and be recognized? Okay, thank you very much. Ladies, there's a small token of appreciation. I'd like you to take there and do that. Okay. All first now in uniform and veterans, hand salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burns. First item is to approve the minutes from the October 6th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis with the Police Department.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, you have your current summary for the month of October in your packet here. Just like a broken record here, same thing every month this month, we had 10 cases where motor vehicles were broken into, and all 10 of those motor vehicles were left unlocked, resulting in one firearm being stolen out of that vehicle in the hands of a criminal in the city now. Also in the package, you see activity from the officers. As you can see, our numbers are getting a whole lot better now that we are sufficiently staffed. You can see 1,382 traffic stops, 26 DUI arrests, 36 arrests for drug violations. I will add that these stats are being put online as well, so any member of the community can look at that as well. Any questions?
How's Blue Sentinel going?
I'm sorry?
Blue Sentinel, how is that going?
Blue Sentinel is going good. We're in our phase 2. Right now, we're in the process of getting the cameras installed up by I-24. That's the easiest because there's already meters on the poles there. So that's going to be the easiest. The others that we're getting put up, because there's no power or poles that we can use, we're having to kind of go back and punt and get solar panels. That's what I'm trying to say. Get solar panels for those things so we can power it that way, which I think that's the way we'll go forward in the future, to where we just use solar power to power those. But other than that, we're moving right along with that.
Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that y'all have had an opportunity to review the reports, and as you can see, there's no new trends. We're on par with everything that we do month to month. Nothing unusual to talk about within the reports. I do have a couple of things worth mentioning that are happening this week and next week, if y'all don't mind. Obviously, we know that there's a groundbreaking for new Fire Station 41. This week is a monumentous occasion. Obviously, it's long overdue, and thank you to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for securing the funds to make that happen. Additionally, we have next week 4 recruits graduating fire school, be the first time LaVergne Fire and Rescue has invested in a fire school itself. So with these 4 people that are graduating, 4 people that have done exceptionally well. Been on campus with them multiple times in the last 10 weeks that they've been there and watched and participated in their training. Our fire instructors have been part of the recruit training, so we've not just sent somebody off to be trained, so we participated in that. It's a great partnership between Murfreesboro Fire and Rescue and Lebanon Fire Department, so it's a great product. 2 of those individuals came from our Fire Explorer program, so we've invested in this community and continue to do good work with those young people in the high school.
It's great to hear.
Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the numbers for you for the month for the Parks Department in front of you. 85 help desk tickets, 708 hours devoted to those. You see some of our projects. We're doing a little kind of like spring cleaning, fall cleaning, I guess, at the Parks Department. We're painting some offices in the shop area. You see our past events. October the 15th, we wrapped up the Fall Ball Clinic that Saturday with a scrimmage day. October 22nd, we had Goblins and Goodies followed by a zombie night. Unfortunately, we did have to cancel the movie due to the wind conditions. We are working on something in the future that hopefully we won't have to do that again. Upcoming events, Veterans Day, November the 11th. Parade of Lights and Winter Festival is December 3rd. You can see some of the events at the Senior Center upcoming. Lunch at Asuka. November 17th will be their Thanksgiving dinner. Upcoming meetings, Park and Rec on November 21st and the Greenway on the 21st. Park and Rec at 6, Greenway at 7. Veterans Day is November the 11th. That ceremony will take place at 11 o'clock at Veterans Memorial Park. Weather permitting at the Wall, if we run into some rain, we will move that to Pavilion A as we have in the past. Flags can be purchased for $10. They will be displayed during the ceremony. Those are yours to take home after the ceremony. Your veterans information will be displayed on those. Bricks for the wall are still available. They're $35. Each brick up to 4 lines, 21 characters per line. Forms are available on the city's webpage, or you can call the Parks office at 615-793-3224. Snow rink, we're planning on setting that back up. We plan to open up on December 1st. It'll run through the 17th. Thursday through Sunday will be the days of operation. Thursday will be 4 to 8, Saturday 12 to 8. Sunday will be from 1 to 5. That Sunday, December 4th, that 1 p.m. time slot right now is going to be limited to families with special needs. So if we have a good turnout and we need to extend that further, we will. So that's something new we're going to try this year to try to offer a little something for everyone. We're not going to have online registration this year. It's all going to be in person. I don't think the rink wasn't full enough last year to kind of warrant online registration this year. We will be accepting canned goods and unopened and unwrapped toys that we will donate those to the PD for Christmas. Any questions?
David, the size of the rink, is that increased from last year?
It will. It'll double. Well, I won't say double. It'll increase by 50%. So last year it held roughly 48 skaters is what it was rated for. So this year that number should increase. At no time last year did we have 48 skaters on there, but it will give a little more opportunity that if we do run into that, we can open it up and possibly have more toddlers out there at the same time.
Okay, and who are the guest speakers for Veterans Day, the veterans that are speaking?
They are Tabitha and Ross Howard. That's the things I did not have written down here. And I think, you may know this, I think we have one more lined up. And you're going to have to help me out with that one.
Steve?
Kathy told me, and
you and I are in the same boat?
Kathy is God sent, and it's almost like you don't worry about it.
I think when you start to lose your hair, it kind of affects your memory also. So we'll blame it on that.
Here we go. Did the other part of the rink come in?
It's supposed to be here Friday.
Okay.
It's supposed to, The delivery truck is set up to pick it up tomorrow. It's still in customs. It's been in customs for 2 weeks. So Friday is supposed to be our delivery date. So last year, there was no issue once customs released it with it getting in here within a day. I think I did skip over the parade lights and the Winter Festival. That will begin at City Hall. It ends at Veterans Park with a tree lighting, fireworks, snow rink, and craft and food vendors will be set up.
I sent you a text message or an email about Fox had put it on there that it would start at Veterans Park and go the other direction.
Yes, sir, and in the front part of that media release, they had it right, so how it got kind of backwards at the bottom, yeah, it's beyond me.
Now, David, is Chief Beasley going to be out demonstrating his ice skating prowess like last year?
I'm going to practice. I'm coming for you.
Is that hip recovered?
It is.
And then will Doug from Public Works, will he be doing the figure skating again this year?
That was the plan. I think he kind of offered, and I think Danny also said he was going to come out since he has a hard hat and a vest.
Nice.
So we should be
Well,
good.
they can show the lift.
Yes, sir.
I guess the only thing left is to put Michael in the Duncan booth.
One last thing before I go, I definitely would like to thank Ann Smith for her hard work and diligence, keeping our events posted and getting those pictures out to the public so they can see what a good turnout we've had. Don't want her to get overlooked, but we certainly appreciate her help. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Moving on to the Library Department, Miss Donna Bebout.
Here she comes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. For the month of October, our attendance was up. We were so excited, 2,857. And our circulation was also up, 3,115. And we also issued 85 new cards. We've had a lot of people that I met at National Night Out and Old Timers Day that have come that said they've just moved to the area and needed to get a library card. So we were very happy to accommodate them. We had 19 programs for ages birth to 17 and 5 for ages 18 and up. We're building those programs back up slowly but surely. Want to talk a little bit about our Saturday movies at the library. Those also have had really good attendance. We just watched Hocus Pocus, the original, this past Saturday. We had several children who really enjoyed that. I was vacuuming today. We always have refreshments, and I was vacuuming today, and something kept hitting, and I finally looked, and there were Skittles and M&Ms that were hid in my carpet, our carpet. So it was very interesting. So we had to get down and start picking those up, but it was fun. November the 12th, we're going to be having a Charlie Brown movie marathon, and of course, it can't be November without Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. So families, come on out, enjoy the movie. We have a wonderful TV, and it's just great to get in that meeting room and watch a good movie and have good refreshments. Tonight, I wanted to talk just a few moments about a couple of programs that we have monthly. These programs, as you know, like our story times, we have ages according to what we help present in the story times. Like on Mondays, we have homeschool story time. That's for kindergarten through 3rd grade. Miss Janice, she teaches the children the states and the capitals and the presidents. They learn it through song and dance. She reads stories that are pertinent to some of the curriculum that's going on and that they do. So it's important that we have those ages, that kindergarten through 3rd grade. We have Once Upon a Story Time on Wednesdays, and that's for our preschool children. So anyone age 2 and up to about 5 years old can come to story time, and they learn early literacy through fun songs, rhymes, puppets, stories, and so much more. And of course, through the fun of sharing books. Jammies and Stories is our one night that we have on Thursday nights at 5:30. kids and families, which we've had adults come in their pajamas, and they come and they get to listen to some great stories, and it's families of all ages. We have them from babies all the way up to grandparents, and that's just a really fun time for music, movement, dance, books, and a craft. So that's why we have these ages divided out. We understand that there are siblings that need to come along sometime, and we welcome them. But we really like to focus on the age that we are looking at that time, or that we are there for. So our Kids Crafternoon, this is one that is coordinated by a former teacher. She's a former science teacher from St. Cecilia, and this is for students grade 1st through 5th. Now, we're going to have a great program on November the 8th at 5:30. We like to do STEM in action. STEM meaning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So when we give them crafts such as, a little show and tell here. Okay, looks adorable, doesn't it? When you look at this, do you think of STEM? Okay, but it does. They have to take the kit that is packaged up. They have to read the directions. They have to comprehend those directions, and they have to follow the directions. And therefore, after they have done all of those things, it becomes a really fun and beautiful craft. Show it around here. So this is one of the crafts that they're going to be doing. Oops, I have a turkey stuck to a turkey here. Okay, that's the Give Thanks turkey wreath. The next thing we're going to be doing is the gliding turkey. Now, it comes in a package like this. And again, they have to open the package. There's no instructions to this one. They have to use their mind and figure out how to put it together to make a glider. When they're doing this, Miss Becky's going to be talking about aerodynamics of a glider using currents of rising air called thermals. And we have a demonstration tonight, Mayor.
We already did it.
You are, oh. Did I miss that while I was talking?
You said aerodynamics.
Oh, and it came down. All right, you need to try that again. Okay, readjust the wings, readjust the tail feathers. All right.
The air conditioning worries. We run into that all the time.
Okay, stand and go. There we go, much better. So the mayor got the aerodynamics just right. And tonight, Miss Becky sent all of the mayor and the aldermen a kit to see if you guys can put this together. And we may have to have a contest sometime to see who can make their glider go very far. I'll get it out in a moment. Okay, so do you understand why we would like to have the grades 1st through 5th? Because we want to get those things, over to them. We want them to understand, but have fun while they're doing it. And again, if younger siblings come, we welcome them. We welcome the parents to sit beside the younger siblings and help them out. One more, and I know I'm taking long tonight, and I apologize. Teens and tweens, and that's ages 11 to 17. We're going to have a program November 17th at 5:30. And our invitation says, invite a friend and have fun being creative in our do-it-yourself gift workshop. It's a great way to make gifts for families and friends. Marta and Lauren have come up with some great creative gifts that can be given away, or they can keep themselves, but they have to be very creative in it, and they have to use their imagination. Now, please note the crafts are geared for ages teens and tweens only. We may be using rubber bands that could pop a little one's finger, or scissors, or things of this sort. So this is why we have the ages 11 through 17. All we ask of the teens and tweens who are coming to provide the laughter, and we will provide the refreshments and also the supplies. Do you have any questions? And thank you for letting me go very long tonight. No questions?
Just comments is you're awesome.
Our team is awesome.
Your team is awesome. You always correct me on that, and I do apologize.
No worries. But, you know, you surround yourself with great people, and you can do great things. And that team at the LaVergne Public Library is so creative, and it's so much fun to work with them. And that's what we do. We work together.
Thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the finance report. Ms. Tanya.
All my stuff.
It's their first time, ain't it?
Welcome, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I just want to apologize. I have no cool show and tell. I'm sorry. I'll be doing the financial report for September 30th. In the general fund, expenditures exceeded revenue by $832,000. Just a reminder, property tax bills go out October 1st, so we're expecting that revenue to increase. Local sales tax was $969,000 above budget, also $198,000 above the prior year. State street aid revenues exceeded expenditures by $262,000. Stormwater fund expenditures exceeded revenue by $98,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenues exceeded expenditures by $723,000. On your second page are our bank balances. Then on our third page, we're doing comparison to prior year. The general fund revenue was down $67,000, expenditures up $65,000. Water and sewer fund revenue was up $83,000. Expenses were up $172,000, and our water sewer tap fee revenue, tap fees were down $47,000. I also wanted to make you aware, today we did receive the second half of the ARPA money, which was in the amount of $5,298,000.
That is amazing.
Questions?
Thank you so much.
You have been training good, Phyllis. She did great. Yes.
I think she did better than I do.
Next up, we have Mr. Danny Campbell with the water treatment plant.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. First, I want to say thank you to David to inviting me to go ice skating. I've been practicing my triple axel, so I'll show that off. I hope you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report for November. One thing I would like to mention is Infomark was able to take part in the Goblins and Goodies event on the 22nd, and we always enjoy doing the city events and taking part in that, so we appreciate the opportunity for that. Do you have any questions about our report?
As usual, can you speak to the customer complaints?
I sure can. In the month of November, we had one customer complaint for high pressure. And when our inspector went out to check the pressure, it was about 105 PSI. So we advised the customer to take a look at their pressure reducing valve. This seems to have failed in the open position, allowing too much pressure for their home.
Question, bleacher pump number 3.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with that?
Yeah, that went into alarm earlier this month for an overcurrent failure. We're currently working with Ecotech on what would be a better option, whether replacing the pump or purchasing a new smaller size pump that could work with the current SCADA upgrade project that we're going through. So we're gathering up information, speaking with the city about that, and trying to find the best option for the plant that's for treatment purposes and financially responsible for that.
Thank you.
And then Danny, can you speak to the the spare super pulsator vacuum pump as far as where we are? I know that was a 6-month window, but where are we with that?
Yes, so there's been a delay in that, in the delivery of that, a postponement, so we're working with Walter A. Wood for that. They've keep updating us on, oh, it's been postponed, been postponed. The expected receipt date is the end of December at this point, so.
Okay. That's just the bearings that are bad.
Yes,
Okay.
sir, and it's our spare, so we do still have the 2 working pumps, but we're waiting on that spare, so we have some redundancy.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading 2022-23, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion
to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-25, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 8, motion to approve a tender and completion agreement with United States Fire Insurance Company for the completion of the 24-inch water main project from the Stones River Roundabout to the water treatment plant. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's approved. Motion to approve a letter of intent from PG Stones River Partners for the purchase of 169 Stones River Road, Fire Station Number 41. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion to approve a rental agreement with Life Point Church to use their facilities for the city's annual employee Christmas party. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item on the agenda is going to be appoint or remove board and committee members. We have the library board with 1 term vacant. We do have 1 applicant, which is Carissa Benton. Need a motion to appoint Ms. Benton.
I'll make a motion to appoint Carissa Benton.
We have a motion to appoint Carissa Benton from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Well, considering this is my last meeting, I jotted a few notes down. First of all, it's been an honor to be a part of this board. I'm proud of our work that we have done together and the things that we have accomplished to move this great city and community forward. I would like to thank the board for their confidence in me to serve and for our police, fire, and all of our staff and their hard work each day keeping our city safe and taking care of our residents. I'm so proud of the pay increases that we passed this year and hope they all know how much they are appreciated and how much that was well deserved. Again, it's been my pleasure to serve with you all. Well, most of you. I think with that being said, I think someone in purple would do a very good job and do well in this chair next month, and I encourage everyone to get out and vote. And speaking of the color purple, grape just so happens to be my favorite flavor of Kool-Aid. Thank you guys again.
Thank you. Alderman Coates.
Hope everyone enjoyed the trick-or-treat last night. I'd like to thank the police department for keeping our roads safe with the children out there. Appreciate that, thank you. And not to forget Veterans Day, November the 11th. And also, make sure you come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
I just want to thank Ronnie. Your second shift last Friday came out and hung out with the seniors for our Halloween party. As soon as they walked in, they got a call. They had to leave. Luckily, it was something not bad, so they were able to come back. The seniors are always glad to see men and women in uniform come in and eat with them, dance with them. And then lastly, Alderman Honey, well, no more, Miss Honeycutt. Thank you for accepting the appointment. Thank you for stepping in and stepping up. I'm sorry that your job took a turn for the worse, so to speak, for this position, and it kept you from being here quite a bit. And a lot of people don't know that this is not a real demanding position, but sometimes when you're working, it is. And we do appreciate you, and I wish you and your family the best of luck. And I know you guys are looking, and you're going to be moving, so just wanted to say thanks, and I know you've made it as much as you could, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor No. I want to take a moment and thank Chief Davis and the police department for Halloween. I saw many cops out patrolling streets with blue lights. I also saw several out handing out candy from blue buckets in their car. So that is a great way to engage the community that's out and about. And I've not heard any reports of anyone getting hurt. So that's a great thing to hear. Just want to reflect. It's been 4 years, and it's been an amazing 4 years. We've had a lot of stuff done. We've gotten the CMAQ grant, and that's going to get going now that we've accepted that contract. So we will see sidewalks and crosswalks on Murfreesboro Road. We're seeing, as far as a funded project for widening South Waldron Road, and working on improvements for both Fergus and Old Nashville. We just voted tonight on getting the 24-inch water line, which was long overdue, back on track so we can get both Hollandale and Stones River repaved and looking nice. We brought in some great retail, BJ's Wholesale, Sherman Williams, Dairy Queen, and many others are announced. Pop Shelf that just opened. And so, as always, I want to remind everybody, early voting is going on now through Thursday, 10 to 6. We've got Election Day a week from today, 7 to 7. You can vote anywhere in the county, so come out, vote, make your voices heard. It's what we want to hear. We want people engaged in this community. Too many times that doesn't happen until it's election time. So for me, let's keep the city moving forward in a positive direction that benefits everybody. With that, called this, oh, yes, we do need to mention that. Thank you, because Miss Ann has been working on this diligently. So part of our 50th anniversary, we have, each month, we have different items. So this one, we have the cookbook. It is available digitally on the city's website. You can download it, you can print out your own copies if you want, or just use it on a tablet, e-reader, however you would like to. Lots of great items and recipes from our residents in the community, some from our staff, and I've even heard that Ann Smith's going to start cooking some for us every so often.
Her and Phyllis.
So Bruce can greenlight that. But with that, let's have a great rest of the week. Call this meeting adjourned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, October the 25th, 2022. It is 5:30 p.m. I'll call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If you could just review the minutes from the July the 26th regular meeting, if you would. Any comments or changes, let me know. If not, I'll accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
Maybe to accept, to have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes are approved. On to new business. Request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers properly located at 25 Ingram Boulevard, tax map 17, parcel 25, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
Thank you. So this is the report for 25 Ingram Boulevard. This applicant is seeking permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers at this location. The site, of course, is at 25 Ingram Boulevard, and the site is owned by 25 Ingram Partners, LLC. And the proposed business would generally operate during normal business hours, and according to the LaVergne Municipal Zoning Ordinance, in Article 5, commercial uses that are allowed in the commercial zones, which are C1, C2, C3, and C4. Those uses can be allowed in industrial zoning, in this case the I2 zoning district, if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception for those commercial uses. One of those uses that would be allowed includes what this applicant is asking for tonight, which is vehicle sales and or leasing. So looking here on the screen, the property right here, it's outlined in blue, this rectangular piece of property, and it is located on the south side of Ingram Boulevard. So for a closer view, you can see here, again, outlined in blue, and the building is here where I'm pointing, and then to the east is a larger parking area, and this driveway comes in from Ingram and makes sort of a horseshoe shape so that they can loop around through the site. And there is some parking here on this west side as well. This is the zoning map, so the dark blue indicates heavy industrial zoning. So again, this is I2 zoning. There is C2 zoning on the west side. That parcel touches Walden Road as well. Then all the other surrounding properties are zoned the same, which is heavy industrial. This is a photo of the site. So you can see the existing building and driveways. So this is, Walden Road would be behind you, and this would be going down Ingram to the east. And the next photo is looking west. So again, this is Ingram, and this is the traffic signal at Walden Road and Ingram. And then you can see the other driveway entrance that's existing today. This building is a two-story building currently, and you can see these bays where the current tenant or former tenant has been conducting their business. So there are large, three large bays on the existing building. And landscaping, the site has some nice landscaping already that probably exceeds what's even required in this industrial district because it's not in an overlay zone. So the landscaping out there is nice. They did submit a full binder with all of their plans and photos, which you have in front of you. And so this is the plan that they submitted that shows the dimensions of the site and the shape and size of the building on the site, as well as the driveways and the utilities. And this is just a closer view of that plan that they submitted. And that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do you have an applicant here that can stand on the podium, please, if you would, and be sworn in? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I'm Bill Herbert. I'm with the law firm of Thompson and Burton in Nashville. Our address is 1810 West End, Suite 1550 in Nashville.
Thanks, sir. Any comments or questions for what Mr. Logan's report was? Any add-on to it?
I've got a little bit of a presentation for you, but I would say that, and this is on me, when Mr. Logan and I first started talking, my client had been telling me that they were going to do some sales on site. They are not going to do that. There's no sales. This is simply truck leasing, and that's all. So I just wanted to clarify that. So we're here before you for a special exception, and thank you all for being here and hearing me tonight. As Mr. Logan said, this property is zoned I-2 heavy industrial. We're going to use the property as is. We're not going to make any changes to the utilities. We're not going to expand the building in any way. We're going to completely as is. The previous use is a concrete pumping company, and I've driven by there, and they may kind of still be in that building, or they may not be. I really don't know. So we're going to be using it to lease trucks. And if you look over in my little memorandum that I submitted to you all on the Exhibit A, these are the types of trucks that they're going to be leasing. And so they're going to be leasing these tractor trailer, but just the tractor component, no trailer component, and medium and light duty box trucks. I was told initially that they would keep about 30 trucks on site. That has been clarified with me. There will be about 15 trucks kept on site. Furthermore, there will be no walk-in business at this site. These trucks are leased to commercial users, and so there's no traffic coming into the site. I'm told that the company intends to employ between 8 and 18 people on site. That's really about it. As you all probably know, a special exception is a use that comes before the Board of Zoning Appeals. It's a use that's permitted by right under the law, provided that I show you that it complies with the conditions that are set forth within the LaVergne zoning code. In my memorandum, and I'll touch on these very briefly, and I won't dwell. In my memorandum, the conditions that are in the zoning code, I've set out as numbers 1 through 9 in the memorandum. I've addressed each of those, and just as a matter of law, quite frankly, I'll just touch on them very briefly, and then I'll turn this over. So the zoning code asks about points of ingress and egress. There are 2, and you all have seen that. There'll be no changes there. It asks about parking and loading areas. You can see from the aerial photograph, we'll be using that as is. There'll be no additional parking at all. It'll be used completely as is. The refuse service is located to the side of the building in the existing place, so we'll be using it in the exact same location. Utilities will be exactly the same. We won't add to or move any of those. The property is secured by a chain link fence. Also, you notice around this property that there's wooded areas, and this is stream buffer. We will leave the stream buffer exactly as it is. We won't encroach into it, and we won't degrade it in any way, exactly as it is. The sign that's on the property, it'll be changed to be the new user, but there'll be no change in the size or illumination or anything like that. The open space that's required by the city, we feel like was met by the current user, quite frankly, and there'll be no change to that. We feel like the use is generally compatible with the area. And if you need to see any more detail, I know that Alta survey that was given to you was really small. I've got it blown up. If you need to see it or have something that's more readable.
Just quickly.
Give that to you. It's a heck of a lot easier to read than that other little piece of paper that I had to. So, and with that, I'll conclude and be happy to answer any questions that you have, and thank you for your time.
Well, first I'd like to say thank you for a very in-depth report and information. That's always very helpful to us. So just to touch on one, so you're not affecting the existing buildings and remain exactly the same, correct?
Exactly the same, correct.
Okay.
Is there any maintenance on the vehicles at this site?
So the vehicles that are gonna be at this site are gonna be, if you look at my little memorandum, you can see these trucks.
Yeah.
Those are the vehicles that are gonna be at this site. And in fact, the little company logo, that's actually the company that's gonna be leasing it. So it's these exact vehicles. They expect that, there will be, there's gonna be between 10 and 15 of these vehicles maintained at the site at all time. I had initially said 30 in my memorandum. That is not correct. I've confirmed with my client. They're gonna keep about 10 to 15.
So those roll-up doors are like a garage rather than a loading dock?
On the building?
Yes.
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
Okay. And
They're currently there, and we're not gonna change those.
And the maintenance will be done internally in the building, I assume?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The maintenance will be done inside the building?
That is correct. It'll be done inside the building, and I'll say this, they'll only be doing cleaning and routine maintenance. There will be no repair work being done on this site. Just whatever may be minor for cleaning up the vehicle, whatever, changing the oil to get it ready for the next person who's leasing the vehicle.
Will they be doing fueling at the site?
That is a really good question. I believe so, because there is already an existing pump at this site.
I didn't see that on the...
There'll be no add-on in that regard at all, but there is an existing pump at this site.
So they're in compliance with all hazmat and safety regulations? I
Yes, sir.
assume? Okay.
Any other questions from the board? With that, I'll accept a motion for or against the application as stated.
I submit motion to accept.
A motion to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have a
Appreciate it.
great evening. Thank you.
And with that, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who's talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day, and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have picture opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
We have hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the.
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the?
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you got to hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. And we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first served.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case
Oh.
there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the
Yeah.
public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday, opening it up to families with special needs. So we're gonna get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we'll try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit. But I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year.
I know
We
it
are
was a-
pushing it out there, though, that, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate
Is that every day?
every day. Yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And, I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold. I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it down pat in like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm gonna turn this one over to Kathy too in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multipurpose building within 2 years and had to use as a gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multipurpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo, or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson
And granddaughter.
and granddaughter and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that, you know.
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers were, we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us, that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat. That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea, it's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
We
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. I mean, my granddaughter showed up dressed as
Who were those
Mermaid.
people?
and it was-
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out.
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So,
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was gonna add her to her contact list.
because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program when Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they're a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past? $5? $5 per family is what it's traditionally been. I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's going to change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there. in
Yep.
that group.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. It's about fun. It's not about a name, so.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ coming, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do you
make
have
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit?
Nope.
Okay. So 13-year-old will be fine.
Oh, Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh,
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments,
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if, I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Sharmil Babalosa.
Babalosa.
I just call her, Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and it,
We're back to that again, wow.
Got to start early.
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're gonna throw a couple of things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're gonna go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is, what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day Parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be is what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old-timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but there's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed, we can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You know, you've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, you know, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel, and then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that, but this has become more of a festival for families, and it's been going in a different direction for years, and I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out, and take that out of the back of their brain that it's,
Well, if we go ahead and start, do a thing to change the name, like have a, a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Festival. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what it didn't even think about it, and when y'all were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like
That
the
said
LaVergne
that.
City Festival. I think that, and I think our name should be in there for the city, and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
more families are gonna come
more
out.
families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
Have left.
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within 3 months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have Old Timers, 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
Well,
difficult.
and it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
Which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of
Yeah.
horses. We're gonna-
But I also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there, and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired, and they want to go home. Whereas, let's go straight up here. and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, people coming in and participating, and that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there, and people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well,
I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. It would, I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still gonna have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that, just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, were on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the Old Timers, we had one in Old Timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we could kind of have like a little battle of the bands at the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
they're wore out.
And they're not gonna participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything, because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was gonna get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour, because it was so hot when he came here last time. So, I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's gonna be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time, so.
No, I thought it was before OTF.
Was it before OTF?
It was before OTF. It was the end of August.
Oh, it was end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
It was a couple of weeks before.
Yeah, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid, if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, then even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so, we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't,
Food vendors, but the craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're going to get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions because that's just the way it is. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names for the festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you have
Last
the
thing,
5K.
The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is, we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know. We're throwing a lot of money at music acts, and we're not getting a return on the investment. If we don't know how to win there. That's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you gotta get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have. Not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how to
so
fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have something besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it planned,
Yeah.
and the
We're
winds-
working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough, that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We like start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
But we're really involving the public too.
Yeah, we're doing other things that other kids,
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not gonna pay them, right?
Or gift card, like.
Yeah, they
What-
may, I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was gonna say we could just make a donation to their program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's gonna be something that you guys are gonna have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawks?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor No's going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to miss.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Yep.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's going to leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets
Yep.
that seat's
I
gonna
was
have to
gonna say, do
step
we
it on
have,
up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply, again, contact Bruce, again, application, you fill it out, and then
Her
it's
seat,
brought up.
her seat is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
Okay.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing y'all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.
calling this meeting to order of the library board meeting, and we have a quorum. And can I get anyone to approve the minutes from September the 2nd to 2022 meeting?
I'll approve.
And a second?
A second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
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 And our order of business is to welcome our newest member, Miss Carissa Bitton. We also have outgoing members, Megan Honeycutt, our chairman, myself, vice chairman, and Gary Sutton to my left.
At this time, if I may.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to say, Carissa, we are so happy to have you with us. It's exciting to have a media specialist on our board, and I know that you're going to bring some good things with you, so welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And second, appreciation to our outgoing members. As many of you know, there are term limits because of the state library. We have term members that you have to go by. So after so many years, you have to go off, stay off a term, and then you can apply to come back on. Well, we have two here with us tonight that I would like to recognize. So Ms. Bridget Cole, would you please stand? And Bridget, we have just a small certificate of appreciation to you. It's awarded to Bridget Cole in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library Board. This is respectfully presented to you today by myself, Dawn M. Beebout. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I think it's been 6 years?
6 years.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
So Ms. Cole has been on the board 6 years.
I think.
Awesome.
All right. Gary, would you please stand? Gary, like Bridget, is an awesome patron of the LaVergne Public Library. He has served how many years, Gary?
8, maybe? I don't know.
He was on here before me.
Yeah.
Okay, and we appreciate it very much. So this certificate of appreciation is awarded to Gary Frazier in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library, and it's presented this day to you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Y'all all have to serve 8 years too.
So let's give them a round of applause because we do appreciate all that they have done. Bridget has been a force to be reckoned with to push our children to read. Every board meeting, she has encouraged the parents to read with those children or have the children read to them at least 20 minutes a night. And that is wonderful. And she also has pushed to check out books at the LaVergne Public Library. So it's appreciated all that you all have done. And we do hope that you would consider in the future to applying back with us.
Yes. Our November special events, did you participate at the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night?
Yes, we did.
And you want to tell us about those other events as well?
Sure. Well, the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night, this was their first one that they want to have annual. They did a magnificent job. We were sitting across from the Smyrna Public Library, and one of the teachers said, "Uh-oh, rivals." And I said, "No, we are partners. We are partners in pushing those children to read and encouraging getting a library card." So we had a good time going back and forth. They had a lot of families there. They had a lot of great different stations for them to go there, and their Impact Club did a great job of helping people, show them where to go, handing out certificates, taking up some of their clipboard, what was it? Where they had to color where they got a prize. Okay. And they had a great time. So it was a good night. The second one that we have on this list is the LaVergne City Employee Veterans were honored by the city at the LaVergne Public Library. And we really appreciate the city using our meeting rooms. It has been an honor to help them honor our veterans and to have the different meetings that are held there. I believe they have I'm going to be wrong if I say it, I want to say 80 veterans employed, but it's probably a little bit more. So that was a good day.
Yeah.
VITA, and that's the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance, had their open house for 2023 VITA volunteers at the library on November the 10th. I think they had several new volunteers come in, and Debbie Curtis told them what to expect for the coming year, and they were very excited. And that's one thing sometimes VITA lacks, is having enough volunteers to manage the number of families that do come in for tax assistance. So I thought Debbie did a great job preparing this open house.
Will you tell us about November closures?
Sure. We were closed Veterans Day, Friday, November the 11th. This is a new holiday for the city employees, and it was very much appreciated. My husband, who is a Navy veteran, we were able to attend our grandson's Veterans Day service at St. Rose School, and then we were able to leave there and hurry down, and we were here at LaVergne. So we had two great ceremonies we were able to attend. The Thanksgiving holidays, we will be closed Thursday, November 24th through Saturday, November 26th. And of course, we are closed on Sunday, and then we'll start back with regular hours the following Monday.
December special events, the favorite time of the year.
Absolutely. So the first one we want to talk about is the Winter Festival and the Parade of Lights. And if you will see your attached folder, Kathy did a great job giving us a wonderful paragraph of what it entails. The Winter Festival is December the 3rd from 3 to 8. It will be at Veterans Memorial Park. The Parade of Lights, and I have heard that Santa and Mrs. will be there this year and will be riding the fire truck. So the Parade of Lights will start at 5 o'clock here at City Hall and then go the parade route to Veterans Memorial Park. Before the parade, Santa and Mrs. will be at the Veterans Park taking pictures for about an hour, and then they will be there afterwards for photos. So please pass the word around. This is a great, great time. Okay. Also, story time with Mrs. Claus and a visit with Santa Claus is going to happen, wow, at the library. It looks like the person who made this agenda did not put the library down where it was going to be. So, at the library on, and I didn't even put the date, Mercy. Hold tight. This is why I bring my life with me. Aha. Saturday, December 17th will be story time with Mrs. Claus, beginning at 1, and I almost said 1 a.m., but it's 1 p.m., and then Santa will arrive at 1:30 in the gallery to have photos made. The story time, the last time Mrs. Claus tried to do a story time, the electricity went out. So we are sure hoping that Mrs. Claus can get through this story time on December 17th with no problems at all.
And then if you'll tell us about our December closures for the library?
Yes. So in December, we will be closed for staff holidays, December 23rd through December 26th. And then we will be closed to the public for inventory December 27th through the 31st. And then we will be closed for staff holiday January the 2nd. And we will resume our regular hours on Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023.
And then our library board schedule for 2023 is January the 9th, 2023, March the 13th, 2023, May the 8th, 2023, July the 10th, 2023, September 11th, 2023, and then November the 13th, 2023. Can't believe it. We're setting the schedule for next year.
I know. It sounds funny to read.
Our next library board meeting will be Monday, January the 9th, 2023, and I'll open it up for comments Ms. Benton, if you'd like to start us.
I am just so happy to be here and am happy to be of service to whatever the library would need. So, thank you for having me.
It's just, it's always awesome to hear everything that the library does and how it's a key to our community here, and how wonderful it is that the kids can come to a place that's safe and it's wonderful. I've always loved the library and the staff there. Y'all have been awesome.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Linda.
I'm looking forward to festival this year. It was fun last year, and you and Don did a great job. Wonderful. I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Claus did a wonderful job last year.
What we do is we help them, those big coats are so hard to
Yes.
get on.
Yes.
So Don and I are helpers to
Yes,
Santa and
you are
Mrs.
Santa's helpers, yes.
Mhm.
And I hope this year is bigger and better than last year. I know it will be.
Absolutely.
Weather permitting.
Well, 8 years, wow.
Yeah.
It's been quite an adventure. I've enjoyed every minute of it, really I have. And Donna, you guys do a fantastic job over there, and it was just, I hope I was able to contribute in some way.
Yes, you were.
I believe that, literacy is just of the utmost importance in just getting kids to read, and it's just so important, and this is such a vital facility for everyone here in this community. I wish more people would take advantage of it, but we're getting there.
Absolutely.
So, and we've seen a lot happen in 8 years. I mean, we had a little flood, we had roof repairs, and a plague, and all kinds of things. So we got through it, and it's all a credit to you and the members of this board, and you guys are in for an adventure of your own. So
Absolutely.
best going forward.
I just want to say that this library is essential to our community. It provides access to information and resources, supports literacy and education, promotes lifelong learning, and serves as just a community gathering place. So it's been an honor to serve on this board and spend 6 years doing this. For anybody who's watching this, we're going to leave some empty seats here, and we need you to apply to be on this board. It's every other month. It's about a 30-minute to an hour commitment. So if you love our library as much as we do, please apply. And again, read at least 20 minutes a night to those babies. And go see our librarians get new books. And with that, library board is adjourned.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching and for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today. We're still at the Elk Tower. It's been a great group of shows here, and this is the prime time, Matt. We are at the tower, the new tower, which is an awesome place to be, and we've seen elk running around. Isn't that awesome?
Yes, the fall in East Tennessee, it's hard to beat. Weather is crisp, the football is in the air, hunting season is here, muzzleloader right around the corner, and we are here to talk elk.
Yeah.
Tennessee elk.
Yeah, I'm excited. Mr. Brad Miller, Dr. Brad Miller, is in the house, or we're on his territory here today. But he is our elk program coordinator, and he's going to get us up to date on all things elk, what's happening here in Tennessee, how the hunts went, some of the studies and things that are going on. So I'm excited to jump into some of this. But you know what? Let's do a quick reminder. You know, tnwildlife.org is a great place to check out everything outdoors, hunting and fishing. And then you get your license out there at gooutdoorstennessee.com. If you want to shop some of the swag, shop.gooutdoorstennessee.com is the place to get all that. But I just wanted to share that with you guys, and we just appreciate you all following us and checking out our resources there on our website. Follow this show, like us, share us, and help us get the word out, because it's going to be a lot of good information.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Nextdoor. What else we on?
That's about covers it,
Yeah,
I think.
that's
But
enough, isn't it?
That's enough in our website, tnwildlife.org. You know, if you can't find it in one of those spots,
you can't find it.
I can't find it. But anyway, here we are, Dr. Brad Miller. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Brad. You've been on Wildcast before. We've been in the old tower. We shot a show in the old tower with you. Now we got the new one behind us, and but just share with folks who you are and what you do, and
yeah. So I've been with the agency about 7 years now. It's my 7th elk season, working elk season. From East Tennessee. Yeah, grew up hunting North Cumberland.
Awesome.
Called it Royal Blue back then.
Yeah.
And, and you know, I've been doing the wildlife thing for quite a few years. Like you mentioned, been bouncing around doing some different educational opportunities. I've been at the University of Georgia, and hate to bring that up. They're coming up here real soon. But then I did my bachelor's and my master's at UT, and
all have sinned and fall short.
Well, you know.
Have been redeemed.
But
you still bleed orange, right?
Oh, for sure, sure. But yeah, kind of a deer guy by trade. That was a lot of my research back in the past. But yeah, really, it's kind of a homecoming for me to get back to this part of the world and work with elk. When I was working on my master's, I actually helped with the elk project when they were just bringing them in back in 2000, 2001.
Okay.
So it's kind of neat to make that full circle and get back here and really get your hands with wet and just work with them all the time.
Where'd you get your doctorate?
It was at UGA. It was looking
he
at.
went back to the dark side.
Well, it was looking at some deer genetic stuff, some social behavior stuff, and some herbivory stuff, and management of deer to kind of avoid excessive herbivory where you get these compositional changes in the forest. But anyway, left there and started working in Arkansas as the deer biologist out there, and worked for the Turkey Federation for a little while back in East Tennessee, trying to make my way back home.
Yeah.
And been on here 7 years or so, and a lot of changes in the elk program in the last 7 or so years. We've been hunting them since '09, but our tags number of permits have steadily increased, and I was looking at the numbers earlier, and we've taken 95 elk. Hunters have taken 95 elk so far.
Wow. And we're still seeing a steady increase in numbers of population as we've seen, as we study them, and
sure.
And that's cool. That's cool to see that you can have a huntable population in Tennessee now.
Yeah, slowly growing. Some of our cooperative work with University of Tennessee, looking at our elk population and doing DNA work, where you go get elk scat and you uniquely identify all these animals and you develop these population estimates from it. It kind of shows that we're slowly growing, and Our public land right here in the middle of the elk zone is where we have a lot of elk, and we're really trying to, grow this area and provide more hunting opportunities. And it's a great program that's moving forward.
Yeah. Awesome.
So define scat for those who aren't wildlife majors.
Droppings.
Did he say scat?
The poo.
Yeah.
Somebody has to collect the elk poo.
It's
and
funny.
analyze it.
I joked with some of the grad students. We advertise this as an elk project. Come work with elk, and a lot of time they're just picking up poop.
It's a real crappy job.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are some maybe some crappy sides to some jobs. You got to deal with
working with wildlife.
Yeah, still working with wildlife, getting that experience that one day they'll be out here doing exactly what you're doing, some of the same work.
When they get done, they really know their crap.
He's on fire.
We could be here all day. But so you mentioned a little bit about the history of the elk program, but so it's cool that you got to be part of the early reintroductions as a student.
Yeah.
So talk about how we've come from 2000 we started reintroducing.
Right. Yeah. So it was over a several-year period. Brought in a little over 200 elk, and our best estimate of where we are now is 450 or so animals. We have our elk restoration zone, which is where we said we're going to keep our elk, put our elk. It's a 5-county area, 700,000 acres, give or take. So it's a really big area. But again, right in the middle of it is our North Cumberland WMA, which is roughly 200,000 acres.
Yeah. And so it was 9 years before we hunted them, so they lived here and adapted and changed and reproduced and
Yeah, slowly growing. And, as I mentioned, we started pretty small with just a handful of permits, 5 permits or so. And then over time, we've expanded that, added an archery season and overall increased the number of permits.
Which is a challenge, archery, yeah.
Well, yeah, I tell you, our success in East Tennessee rivals just about anywhere.
Awesome.
This year, our gun hunters went 7 for 7.
Whoa.
Our youth hunter was successful. Our archery hunters, there were 7 of them, they killed 4 bulls, and 2 of the unsuccessful hunters missed. So almost everybody had an opportunity.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's all you can ask for.
Yeah, really good. And I think the weather really helped us this year. There was that cool spell that came in, and I think the elk were really moving.
So have they been bugling a lot this year? Did the hunters get to experience that any at all?
Yeah, that was something I was going to mention. We mentioned research earlier. Last fall, prior to bugling, we put out these devices called acoustic recorders. And imagine a trail camera that listens instead of takes pictures. So we had these deployed across the elk zone, and they're just out there listening. And we were able to look at what time of day elk bugle, how many times per day, and then the seasonality of when it really peaks. And it looks like, the end of September is when it really peaks, and then it tails off after that. So, if you were to come up here and visit the tower, you might hear a bugle, but really that last week of September, first week of October is really the peak when they're talking a lot.
Wow. I was hoping we'd be up here about the time, trying to set these shows up. Yeah. And
a little bit late.
A little bit late, but it's good to know that you can come experience the fall colors and experience them bugling up here in early October.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's cool.
A lot of bulls up here.
Yeah. And just so people know, we've mentioned it before, but this population is not hunted. This is not a hunting area up here at the knob. This is solely for viewing, right?
Sure.
How big is the closed hunting zone, safety zone up here for them?
Okay. Here's where it starts getting a little tricky.
Put it on the spot.
This field itself is about 35 acres, and we have a safety zone around this area that keeps, all hunting away, whether it's, deer, duck, turkey, dove, whatever.
Yeah.
You can't hunt. But this unit, the Sunquist unit, currently we don't elk hunt in this unit. And it's a big unit. It's, I'll get it wrong, but it's like 40,000 acres, give or take. That's something we're looking into. We've been deploying some cameras, trying to get a handle on how many bulls we have available that are not right around here, but in other places where we could have some future opportunities. So, that to be continued.
Nice.
Awesome.
That's encouraging.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, you touched on the hunting seasons a little bit, but it sounds like a lot of them were successful this year. Remind folks that it's bull only, right? The hunts are bull only. So do we have any big big bulls killed? Was there any state record set this year?
No giants this year. We had a nice 300-inch bull taken off of one of the Ed Carter units zones, and a lot of just good, healthy, tasty, tasty elk.
Yeah.
Guys are just so excited, and it's really neat for me to get to meet these hunters, and their fathers and their sons and their best friends are coming with them, and they're all enjoying this and having this great experience together. It's really neat to see, and folks, they're so thankful to the agency for having this program.
Yeah, I could see that. That's awesome. So if folks do get drawn, they're able to bring some folks with them, right?
You got to bring folks. Yeah, especially if you're archery hunting, just to make it easier to call in a bull. You can have somebody set up behind you doing the calling, get them in close enough to where you can get a shot. They're not looking at you, kind of like you would do turkey hunting with a buddy.
Yeah.
But also, once an elk hits the ground, I send out an info packet to all the people that get drawn. And, one of my lines in it is, think horse, not deer, because, you're looking at a 500 to 700 pound animal. You don't drag them. No,
take
no.
off with it. Huh?
So if it falls down in a deep dark holler, you better have some friends and some backpacks and know how to quarter up an animal.
Yeah. So you can do that. You can quarter one out here.
Sure. Yeah. And we had some this year that they were just inaccessible any other way.
Wow.
I remember the first elk hunt back 2009. We had pack horses and all kinds of fun stuff in case we needed them,
Sure.
They even packed one out just because they wanted to have the experience, a full out west kind of hunt,
Yeah. But definitely, folks, bring their friends and their family, and they make it, just a great event. And it's not necessarily once in a lifetime. Once somebody's drawn, they do have a 10-year period where they can't be drawn again. So the chances of it happening again are not great,
Pretty
but
slim.
you never know.
Yeah.
Well, especially with the raffle now, you could be the lucky winner of one of 10 prizes. And last year, this year actually, somebody picked the Ford truck first pick. So
yeah,
you may be the lucky one to get to pick the elk hunt if that's your dream. If you win that raffle, and chances are a lot better at winning that than winning the lottery. I know that.
Yeah, I'll have to keep putting my name in for a regular tag. For some reason, they won't let us win the conservation raffle. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty cool. There's opportunities. There's ways to have an opportunity to chase one of these guys out here.
Talk about the history of the elk program in general, because we were talking off air about the last known elk in the entire state of Tennessee prior to the year 2000 was killed in 1865.
Right.
In Obion County,
right,
which is way out west, right?
Right.
So that's a long period with no elk on the ground in this state. So how did we get to the point where we were bringing these giant animals back and restocking them?
Yeah, I think probably Kentucky beat us to the punch by a couple of years as one of the first kind of southeastern almost states to really to go down this road. And they brought in a lot of elk. They brought in a couple of thousand elk, and their population's really expanded. I think they have a 15 or maybe 16 county elk zone or elk restoration area. So we followed a couple of years after them, and then North Carolina over on the state line, they also kind of followed right after these North Cumberland animals. And since then, West Virginia and Virginia, I mean, everybody's
on the bandwagon.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's really neat just to see these animals. People probably don't understand just how big they are until they get up here and really, well, earlier we had a cow walk by, 30 or 40 yards away, and I mean, they're big.
They catch your eye.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know it until y'all were darting them up here a few years back and had one on the ground, and I got to get up beside that thing, and it's a massive creature, man.
They're big.
Blew my mind. I'd only been around white-tailed deer for the most part. So giant animals, and I don't want to go down this rabbit trail too far, but elk, bison, red wolves, mountain lions, and almost black bear, all those animals were extirpated from this state at one time in the late 1800s, early 1900s, because we didn't have regulation and protection of them, and just over harvest, land use changes, whatever you want to blame it on. But we have an agency now and a lot of partners that care about conservation, and bringing these animals back. I don't think we have a bison restoration program in plans, but it's just it's
Wouldn't that be cool?
fascinating. Yeah, it would, but I don't think we're ever going to get bison back. But just it takes a lot to put that animal back on the landscape and make it work. So.
Sure, and there's been if I tried to list all the partners, I would leave somebody out. But it's just a huge group effort to make this happen, and it's been a great success story for sure.
Yeah. We talking with Terry Lewis about his help on the property and the way he helped get this tower back and get it, I guess, here. Period. But if you look at the kiosks here at the tower, you see all the partners on the signs and those who've helped bring them back and make things like this happen. So it's a partnership for sure.
One question I get asked is, you mentioned it, Kentucky stocked thousands of elk, literally, and we stocked a little over 200. Why were we limited to just only stocking a handful?
Right, so Kentucky was able to go out in the western U.S. and get elk from a couple of different states. We went a different route. All of our elk came either directly or indirectly from Elk Island, which is a captive herd in Alberta. So this was a captive facility that had a long history of testing for a whole variety of stuff with negative results. So we felt like this would be the safest source population you could find. So we had elk come from Alberta from that facility, but also Land Between the Lakes, their facility, and their original source was also the Elk Island animals. So that's what we have is Elk Island animals.
Okay. And LBL, roughly how many are there? Do you have any idea?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really work with those guys.
They got buffalo or bison
They
there
do.
too, right?
And it's an enclosure.
Yeah,
there.
okay.
Yeah.
But that was why that we knew they were tested and they were safe to bring here.
Sure.
And
Yep.
and we hope to keep that safe here as well. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, with CWD creeping across West Tennessee, you pray and hope it doesn't make it over here. But one thing on hunting seasons, I wanted to double check, and I think I know the answer to this, but is there any hunting off the restoration zones?
Yes, a couple of years ago. So when we brought elk in, we said, hey, we have this restoration zone. This is where we want our elk. We feel like they're compatible with all the landowners and just, acceptance. And we said we're not going to have any elk anywhere else.
Right.
So a couple of years ago, we created this incidental take option where if somebody is legally deer hunting in Cocke County or Union County or Overton County, whatever, and
outside of an area.
Outside of our 5 elk counties. If they're outside of our 5 elk counties and they're legally deer hunting and they see an elk, they can take 1 elk a year.
Do they have to report it? Check it,
Yeah.
and so forth?
And there's a phone number in the guidebook that says call and I'll come meet them somewhere and I'll do what I need to do. But yeah it's mandatory carcass checking.
Do you have many that are killed outside the zone?
No. So we've had it. This will be our 3rd fall, and we've had 1.
Only 1.
Yeah.
So they're not venturing outside of the zone too much, or if they are, people are tolerant of them and
Right.
They like to watch them rather than kill them or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And this one was an elk that had come over from North Carolina.
Okay, wasn't even a Tennessee elk.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's kind of the point is we're trying to prevent issues.
Let me ask you this: are the elk populations from Kentucky and North Carolina and our elk, are they interbreeding with one another, or are they pretty much doing their own thing?
Not North Carolina. So we're
far enough away.
For sure. Well, I can never say for sure, but probably far enough away. And we have so I mentioned some of the research we did with University of Tennessee collecting scat samples, and we're able to take those and actually determine the origin of that animal's ancestry, kind of like that ancestry DNA thing. We were able to see whether they're from Elk Island or they're Kentucky elk, and we've seen a little bit of mixture.
Okay.
Yeah, so we definitely have Kentucky elk. We've had a couple of tagged bulls that were tagged in Kentucky harvested.
The
past couple of years.
Wow. Okay.
For genetic diversity, is it good?
It's probably not a bad thing.
Yeah.
That's neat.
It is neat.
Yeah, and we've had a few questions on the elk, incidental take of elk, so that's why I asked, because I think some people get confused on that incidental take, what that means, so I think we covered that.
You got to be outside the 5 elk counties.
Yeah, outside the counties, and then, you're allowed to take one if it happens and you want to. So.
A lot of people they see that and they think that's too good to be true.
Yeah.
It's a setup. They don't want to believe it. Like, It is,
Yeah.
you know, and I think a lot of people are maybe afraid to shoot them for what will other people think or whatever the reason is. But that's an awesome opportunity if you
Yeah.
happen to be outside the zone.
If I had the opportunity, I knew I was right. I was in the right.
Yeah.
I'd have to take it. I think it'd be neat. All right.
They taste really good.
Tastes real
Like
good.
Brad said.
Be calling all my buddies, so got something to drag out. All right. So you touched on some of the studies that you're doing. Anything past studies you want to cover? And then I got a question about future studies.
Oh, golly. So we've got some publications that are coming out right now, and we'll try to get some links to some of that stuff put on the website. We have an elk page on our website that's got a lot of information. It's got our strategic elk plan that talks about a lot of the history, where we were, and then where we're going. And then it's got some different documents. We did a stakeholder analysis 4 years ago, looking at residents in this part of the world and what they think about elk, and it also had an economic analysis, and it's amazing just the economic benefit of having elk in Tennessee to the tune of millions of dollars. But you know, rather than getting in the weeds, we've looked at what elk eat. We've looked at relatedness. We've looked at diversity, and then tried to get some population estimates, as well as looking at mortality causes, where elk live and move and that sort of thing. So it's just kind of a whole gamut of general elk biology stuff. And, it's something we started about 4 years ago. And that's the first research we've had since really the elk were turned out in 2000. We had about 3 or 4 years of research, and then, a bit of a lag, and we've picked that back up. And, and you mentioned upcoming, we're, one component we're missing is really looking at our calf survival. We don't have good evidence of if there's much mortality there, and if there is, what's the source. So we'll be catching some cows in January, February. We'll have a crew come in. If all goes according to plan, we'll have a crew come in from South Africa with helicopters, and they shoot nets on them, and they do their thing, and we immobilize them. And
wow.
Anyway, it'll be a really neat project. I have to have you guys come up and get some video.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's really the thing we're missing. We kind of know what our pregnancy rates are. We know about survival of adults. It's just the calf component that we haven't really captured yet.
So once that net wraps them up and you're able to get there to it, what's the process? What are you doing?
Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely insane.
Sounds like something in a movie now.
Well, so this company, they'll be in a helicopter, and they'll have a guy fire a net on an elk. It gets all tangled up, and they have guys that they call muggers that jump out of the helicopter and go hobble elk. And I'm
like a cowboy,
I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing it. I promise you that. But then they'll bring it back, and we'll put it on a big flatbed trailer, and we'll work them up. But yeah, it'll be quite the rodeo.
So they just pick it up by the helicopter, and
yeah. I've got some.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. I thought you were going to go to it.
No, it'll be slung up in a cargo net, and they'll fly it to us.
Wow.
Yeah, we're coming up for that.
That's a drop the tailgate for sure. That's a wildcat. Drop the tailgate. That's everything. So that's cool. And then you'll be able to, I think you mentioned, put transmitters in them and track them and know, and then be able to find their young, and that's the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a special transmitter that lets us know when and where a calf is born, and we go find that calf within, hopefully, 6 hours of being born. And we'll put a special expandable collar on them, and we'll be able to track them for 12 months or so.
Wow. Isn't it cool the work these guys do?
It is.
I'd love to see all that, so make sure I get a call.
Yeah. Hopefully all goes according to plan.
Yeah, that's neat. And knowing all that information you need to know that. You got to have that data so you can know what the next steps are.
Yeah. Anytime, not to get in the weeds too much, but you hear people talk about population models, and your model is only as good as the data you use to create it. And if you're guessing on things, that's no way to roll. So we'll have some really good info that will hopefully help guide some of our management.
Yeah. And you mentioned collars. Is collars the only way, other than the transmitter you talked about, but there's collars? Well, how else do you track these animals? I mean, you had the sound
acoustic
cameras
recorders.
or whatever recorders.
Yeah.
Is that pretty much how you
Yeah, I mean,
You
if
know.
you want to know where an elk goes, get a collar around its neck.
Yeah.
It's really different nowadays than when I was first doing research and stuff, where you had to go out with the antennas, and I'm a little bit deaf in my left ear from it. I promise, it's crazy.
Wow, the beeping, yeah.
Yeah, but nowadays you can sit in the office and it's GPS collars, and it just flies to a satellite, and you'll know where
Real
that elk-
time.
Yeah, yes. Well, I mean, you can't exactly say, okay, let me look up caller such and such and go figure out where he is right now. It's one or two locations a day. The more locations the caller takes, the more battery it uses.
I see.
So it just depends on how long you want your batteries to last for, as the number of locations per day you're shooting for.
Sure, and every second of that elk's life's not as important as every day, maybe, of its movements.
You kind of rotate
I
it
gotcha.
throughout the day, and you're able to see, a home range, seasonal and annual home ranges.
Man, tell me, these things, they look to me like cattle. They graze all the time. Is that primarily
Yeah.
what they eat up here, or have they adapted to acorns and
Oh,
other
they
things?
definitely eat acorns. We see a lot of bulls killed in the fall, and we'll just open up their stomachs and just check it out, and there'll be tons of crunched up acorns in there. It varies throughout the year. Late winter, it's a lot more grassy stuff that's still green. Autumn olive, Japanese honeysuckle. Shifting in the spring, you get more forbs, broadleaf weeds that they'll really consume those, and then a lot of twig tips and woody plants, and then into October, September, October, a lot of acorns consumed. So it just varies throughout the year, but they're kind of generalists. They'll take advantage of a lot of different opportunities.
Kind of like a deer, they just adapt to whatever's available at that time to feed on.
Yeah.
What gets them through the winter? Just the fat they put on in the fall?
Yeah, it's one of those things you don't really have to worry about animals starving to death in the winter. That's this lipogenesis. That's what they're doing in the fall, is putting on weight that'll get them through the winter. But they'll find things to browse on for sure.
Yeah. Well, this has been very informative. I appreciate you meeting us out here and letting us come to your space and take the time out of your day for this beautiful spot.
gosh.
I mean, the sun's coming through across the field and through the trees, and I'm like, man, this is beautiful. Thank God for this area and the beauty around us. And October is a good time to be out here. November, come see the colors, come see the elk, check out the new tower. Brad, thank you for what you do for the elk program and all the hard work. And Matt, thanks for keeping us up to date here in East Tennessee, sharing the information and making sure everybody's informed. This is Tennessee Wildcast. We appreciate you tuning into this series here at the Elk Tower. Check out our other shows that we've had out there and keep coming back, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the LaVergne 2022 Veterans Day ceremony. It is honoring service and sacrifice. So, as mayor, I want to welcome everyone here. First, before we get started, I do want to ask, if you are a veteran, would you please stand up for a moment? Can we give them all a round of applause? Thank you. So we will begin with a moment of silence, and then Pastor Randy Berg will come up and do the invocation. Thank you. Pastor Randy?
Would you please join me in prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, we approach you on this Veterans Day, November 11th, 2022, in the precious name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Lord, we ask for your blessings upon veterans and their families gathered here, for their sacrifices, for their service, whether present or absent here today. We pray for the souls of veterans throughout our country to sense your healing presence. We also pray that wherever they are or are gathered, they will receive, by your grace, a strong reassurance within them of how grateful the real heart of this nation is for all they've been called upon to do, both on and off duty, to serve. Lord, I also pray that we as veterans will rely upon you more to help us all continue to answer this call of duty we somehow still feel and sense within. That call we still know exists within our hearts, to be mainstays, vanguards, watchmen to the preservation of our society and the protection of our families. May we continue to serve now, long after our formal discharges have passed, through example and involvement in voicing our convictions as patriotic American veterans. So Lord, we pray that while here in this City Hall location, that you would send here an impartation to all of a deep sense of significance, validation, and gratitude to the veterans and their families. Give us meaningful recollections in all that is shared and reminders to deepen the significance of our lives and our service. Jesus, you yourself are the ultimate veteran, having served so heroically and sacrificially. So we thank you for your great example that sets the standard for all of us moving forward in our lives in wholesome and dynamic ways. Lord, refresh us now with renewed hopes through all that is spoken and expressed in this gathering. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Next, we'll welcome the LaVergne High School Color Guard for the posting of the colors, and Vice Mayor No will join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Color guard. Hold. Order. Colors. Left. Face. Carry. Colors. Present. Colors.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Chloe Penny will lead the national anthem. You need to adjust it. You can.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's sun's early light, what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Kosovo, march. Kogo, halt. Order, colors. Right, face. Forward, march.
Our first speaker today will be a U.S. Navy veteran who currently serves this community faithfully as one of our local pastors of Grace Church Worship and Community Center. With that, I'd like to welcome back up here Pastor Randy Berg.
Good morning again. I had the honor of sitting with Master Sergeant here for a few minutes today, and he told me that there was a bio in that handout. I don't know where you got my rap sheet from, but I appreciate that. And I might be able to fill in some details here forthwith. But my name is Randall Berg. My father was a veteran of United States Navy from 1950, I think 1974. More about him in a few minutes. But the name I have was given to me by a veteran dad. I served 6 years myself in the United States Navy from 72 to 78. And I'm founder, senior pastor for Grace Church Worship and Community Center here in town. We are in our 25th year as a church, just celebrated our homecoming. It was a joyous occasion. I'm 69 years old. I'm married to a beautiful, wonderfully forgiving and tolerant woman who happens to be here today, Jackie. And I have two beloved daughters, Melissa and Melody, and two grandsons. I've lived here in LaVergne gratefully for the past 37 years. Oh, and I say I love you to them almost every day. I shared all that brief bio just to say this. I believe few to none of the good things in my life would have happened to me had I not listened to a veteran, my father, Leslie Titus Berg. He repeatedly tried to instill some wisdom in me, and I was a lot of work. I see that now. I didn't then. I don't know what was more difficult, his on duty or his off duty. So my dad, now in heaven since 2007, is one example of many veterans, I believe, that have similar stories. And I want to talk to you about that. I feel that sharing my perception of my dad will be something others will identify with. I've never done this before, and I'm just stumbling along. I don't know how it will go, but I believe it needs doing. My intent is to simply honor the sacrifices of many vets through the lens of my dad, the vet I knew best. His humanity, his sacrifices on and off duty, for his incredible patience and tolerance of me, all while being so deeply troubled within with unresolved war traumas of his own. Dad's career in the Navy, as I mentioned earlier, was from 51 to 74. He had a brief interlude and then re-enlisted. Back in the early 50s, for him, there were not many options in Minneapolis, Minnesota. He was the youngest of 6 and a handful to deal with himself. I guess the apple doesn't fall too far, does it? He left high school to the disappointment of his family, as did I, and his siblings were saddened to see him go, but he signed up for the Navy. He had noble reasons. He wanted to have the financial stability to marry my mom. And they did so in 1951. He started as a cook and continued in that career, a commissaryman, and loved it. Loved to see men and women enjoying his table fare. After marriage and their first duty station in New Orleans, my mom had a miscarriage of their first child. That was a tough road. My dad was brokenhearted about this. I know now because I recently found a letter after his passing that reveals the trauma he went through, stationed with his wife in Louisiana and losing that baby. In this letter I found, he had written to his devout mom and dad about his regrets and sorrow at not being a better son, and that perhaps the miscarriage was God's disciplining of him by the loss of the baby because of his rebellious nature. Of course, that was not true. But he was blaming himself, and I grieved for him as I read this letter that I found. And what really moved me was what he wrote next in this letter, a tenderness that I rarely saw, but I knew somehow under the surface was there. He writes, "How much I want to get it right this time. And I'm praying and longing still for a little darling of my own to hold my arms." As I read those words, the reality of it hit me, and tears of joy overcame me, for my dad was writing about his yet-to-be conceived and born first son, Randy, me. That's how much my dad loved me before I came along. I never heard about those tender words till long after his passing. Something about men bottling things up inside, and sometimes ladies too. He was tender but tough. In our eventual family of 3 boys and 1 girl, a family of 6, we went to many different duty stations. It was challenging and deeply heartbreaking to see repeatedly my dad leave us year after year. Imagine this, 6 to 8 months at a time for sea duty cruises. Not one tour of duty, but many tours throughout our childhoods. I was young, but watching Mom, we could see it ripped her heart apart every time. We kids, we didn't know how to process it all. How does a child? We just felt confused and bewildered. I still remember the routine of Dad, though. One last hug and kiss to all, and he'd quickly turn his back to walk up the long, lonely gangplank to the waiting aircraft carrier. This happened to us again and again. And so he got on this large gray vessel, and we watched it as it sailed into the horizon till my dad became a little white dot on a gray blob. It was just too much. I now know why he couldn't look back one last time. As for me, I coped by getting into restless trouble. When Dad would return from shore duty, he was welcome to the fact that I needed a lot of discipline, but it didn't take. In 1965, at the age of 12, I watched my dad, this time not stepping onto a ship, but dressed in his finest suit and tie, waving to us as he boarded a domestic airliner for his tour of duty, this time in country in Vietnam. He wrote misleading letters to my mom to reassure her that everything was hunky-dory, but it wasn't. I found out much later that he never was just a military cook working in Da Nang, but was rather pulling duty in country at various dangerous locations and did not want to worry her further, in addition to raising 4 children. But upon his return, he was changed, quieter, more distant, preoccupied. And sometimes the turmoil inside of him just got to be too much, and he didn't handle it well. On top of this, there was this issue of me, his teenage son. In the midst of all his own unresolved issues in heart and soul, he tried to give me some kind of direction. Now, Dad was an incredible musician and singer and was a dead ringer for Elvis Presley. Ask me, I'll show you the pictures. But listening to him, I quickly developed an astonishment for guitar and music and a passion for playing and singing. Unfortunately, my hands found other things to do as well, and I turned to crime. It broke my dad's heart while at sea on one of his tours to hear that I was being sentenced to junior prison at the age of 15. Again, duty on and off can be pretty difficult. That's how out of control I was. When he was later transferred to Charleston, South Carolina, I was released from the facility in California, and we all went there as a family. I subsequently dropped out of high school to pursue my dream as a rock and roll guitar player. When my band broke up, as usually they do, the dream died, but my dad saw an opportunity, and he pulled me aside, suggesting that he take me to the naval base for an audition. Seems he knew the chief there in the Navy band and gave me an opportunity to audition for the newly formed United States Navy pop rock music program as a guitarist. Well, it was a miracle. I couldn't read music, but after the audition, the officers dialogued and contacted Washington, D.C., and I was given contractual guarantee for acceptance in the United States Navy music program. My dad did that for me. It was a life-transforming tour of duty during which the Lord called me into future ministry. During my tour, Dad and I would correspond, and our relationship deepened while he was yet still serving. He was subsequently discharged in 74, myself in 78. But more and more of his wisdom began to find its way into my stubborn heart and mind. Now, this was back in the mid-70s. All these years later, more and more, there's this dawning realization of how much I cherish all the things that my dad, the veteran, did that were pivotal to who I am and what I do today. I didn't see it then. Didn't know it. Didn't comprehend it. But the Lord used my dad, whatever his flaws and faults and inner turmoil, to help me get solid footing in life. Thanks to my dad, the veteran, I learned how to catch boatloads of fish, handle firearms, enjoy watching good westerns, honor the institution of marriage, know the joy of being a father myself, of making music, singing, composing, and playing the guitar. I was inspired by his example to join the Navy, thanks to his example. Oh, and impressive tattoos and handsome bell-bottom uniforms didn't hurt either. I learned about patriotism, the honor of serving my country. I learned the virtue of saving money, how to negotiate, economize my words. I learned the importance of going to church and having genuine faith in the Lord. With the GI Bill I received, I went on to college for a degree as a bachelor's of theology and obtained ordination credentials to become a pastor, worship leader, and songwriter here in the Nashville area. But Dad's influence, I can see now, was woven through all of it. It was foundational to all. It took a while, but he got to see it himself. In his later years, while battling with cancer, we laughed and cried and fellowshiped and prayed together. We made sure to say all the things that were in our hearts to say to each other that we never seemed to be able to say before. Dad would come to my concerts in church and hear me preach. Then I began to notice something. He smiled more. And now I saw a sparkle in his eyes as he would talk with me. And I would overhear him as he talked about me, my son. This is what my son is doing. I only wish I could have given him that joy and sparkle much earlier, as he suffered through so much after the war. As our bond grew even more toward the end, he would send me tender birthday and holiday cards full of love. Somehow his eventual success with me, his oldest, made him feel this sense of joy and accomplishment as a vet and as a dad. I find it very hard to go to his gravesite at Fort Snelling in Minneapolis. It just reduces me to a blob, just an emotional blob, just a little boy standing, again, like a child at the bottom of that gangplank where my dad had to go. I want so bad to go home to be with him one day. My dad, the veteran, now in heaven. I dearly look forward to being with him again in God's timing. And in closing, I want to say that I believe many of us as veterans and their families are indeed still in a process of healing, as am I. Sometimes through the balance of our lives, that healing takes place. I believe there are many, many other veteran dads and moms just like him who continue to bottle up, tough it out, suffer silently as a learned behavior to leave and have to go serve again without revealing the pain of the separation. Dealing with loneliness and trauma while still pulling our duty, even in civilian life. So in closing, to all veterans gathered here, I want to say that I now have a far deeper awareness of the challenges and sacrifices just one veteran, my dad, made. And in that awareness, I gratefully salute the price every one of you paid so as to serve. I would say to you, as I would my own dad right now, here and now, if I could, I treasure every tear you cried in times past as you've had to steel yourself, kiss loved ones goodbye, and walk towards your duty, choking down the loneliness and the fears as you had to leave to answer your call to serve the country. And I also believe that God even more cherishes every one of those tears, and He, more than anyone, understands. I had one last thought this morning that I wanted to share with you. Some of you have seen the movie Saving Private Ryan. And at the end of this movie, as the lieutenant's life's blood is being poured out from him to rescue this Private Ryan, he looks at him and he says, "Earn this. My dad's in heaven, but I'm still here, and I want to earn this." Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Randy. Next, we have Ross Howard, who is local business owner and a Army veteran.
That is going to be hard to follow. So my name is Ross. I hail from Texas, and I had no plans of joining the Army, but I was kind of floundering around, had no direction, and so I figured join the Army. They will definitely give it to me, even though if I didn't have it or know what I was doing. So I didn't know what I wanted to do when I joined, and so I just knew I wanted to do something medical. And so I became a medic. And so I kind of filled that gap. And so I had one deployment and played that role. Coming back, I decided I wanted something a little less stressful. I had enough gray hair at that point, maybe something with air conditioning. And so I went to school to be a physical therapist assistant. And that's where I met my lovely wife, Tabitha. And I loved it. I came back and got to change a lot of lives of, active duty personnel. And I got promoted to sergeant, and I got to have soldiers of my own to kind of give them direction. And so when I got out in 2017, I did about almost 10 years. And so when I got out, I found myself in no direction again. I was floundering, didn't know what to do with my life. And so that's when I went to massage therapy school. So that kind of gave me another outlet in healing and treatment of other, clients and get their quality of life better. And so that's what I do now, and I really enjoy it. I get to work with my wife again. And so I wouldn't be the man I was or I am today without my brothers and sisters in arms. And I'd really like to thank all of the veterans here today and all of my other brothers and sisters across the U.S. that can't be here today. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome up Air Force veteran Tabitha Howard.
I'm the lovely wife. So I actually grew up the fifth of seven, and I had graduated high school around the last time the economy took a big dump. And I knew that there was no way that my family was helping pay for college. They weren't paying for it for me. They weren't able to help. So I said, well, I guess military is it. And so initially I had tried talking to an Army recruiter, but I felt like he was not helpful. So I went next door and went to an Air Force recruiter. And they were like, yeah, we'd love to have you. So I started my process, and then I went home and I told my mom, oh, by the way, I'm joining the Air Force, but either support me or don't, because if you talk me out of it, I'm not going anywhere, and I couldn't tell her that part. So, so I said, I just support me or not, but this is the decision I'm making. She's like, all right, let's do this. So my first duty assignment, I was stationed in Washington, D.C., had a really cool job. It was a special duty. I was a presidential ceremonial guardsman. I think it sounds much fancier when I tell people than when I actually did the job, because we were fools just as much as everybody else until you saw the pictures and you're like, oh my gosh, you guys look so professional and everything. I'm like, you have no idea behind the scenes. But that really gave me, that was a new sense of purpose that when I joined, it was definitely for the education benefits. Like, without a doubt, like, I knew that's what I had wanted. Doing that job, though, will humble you to your core. And so I really had the opportunity to grow as a very young adult during that time frame, and open my eyes to what the military is and the sacrifices that really do come along with that. Had some really cool jobs along that special duty. Our main concern was, of course, like the funerals at Arlington National Cemetery, but we would do like arrivals of foreign dignitaries and parades. That was more of the fun side. But like it was a nice variety, so I was like, okay, cool. But it was a special duty, and one of the perks, as much as it kicked your butt physically, was you got to pick a job as long as you qualified. And I said, look, I had already told my recruiter I was going into PT, and he told me there was no way, and so I have to prove him wrong. So let's do this. So then I was accepted into the PTA program as well. Loved PT. That was definitely like my first career passion, if you will. Got to learn a lot of new things during all of that. Working then joint service, going through school, working directly along with everybody was really eye-opening. I thought that was a pretty awesome experience. Did that for my last 3 years. And then I got out in 2015, married my lovely husband, whom I met in PTA school. And, you know, he still had 2 years left, and then we had to figure out where we're raising our 3 boys. So we have 3 minions of our own that are just handfuls. And I'll be honest, we were looking at a map and I said, this place right here. And that's what brought us to LaVergne. But we had decided, you know, we wanted somewhere to really plant our roots. And my whole adult life at that point, my community had been given to me through the military. And so we had to decide where we were going to create our community then. And so that's what brought us here. And then, like Ross had mentioned, we opened up our own business and just been trucking along ever since. But that's it. Thank you.
Next, we will have the 21-gun salute by the LPD Honor Guard and taps by Debbie Gentry Bennett.
Ready, aim, ready, aim, ready, aim. Present. On.
This will conclude our Veterans Day program. I want to thank everyone for joining us and end this with two quotes. One is, there is nothing nobler than risking your life in the service of your country. And for everyone who has, we thank you for that. The other one is, America without her soldiers would be like God without his angels. So thank you. Happy Veterans Day.